All right. Everyone rocking and rolling. I'm excited. Hopefully you're as excited as I am to get going. I want to warn you first and foremost up front. Today will be conceptually significantly denser than the last time you saw me talk. And so I just want to kind of have you mentally prepared for that. Additionally, I would consider having something up from a note-taking perspective. You guys all have access to the recordings here when we're done today. But we have a lot to go over, and I'm going to try and pack it in as short period of time as possible. And so with each of the concepts that I'm going to outline around scaling, I'm going to try and provide as many examples as I can so that it can hopefully be relevant to you. And so that's kind of the general gist. And so we'll have kind of four portions of today. The first is kind of setting the frame for how to think through the rest of the day. The second is going to be walking through basically the constraint framework that I have never shared yet. And part of that was in developing this workshop, I had to think through how do I actually approach a lot of different businesses to deconstrain them. And it turned out it was a very, very large decision tree, but I was able to break it into chunks that are really manageable. And so that'll be kind of the second portion. The third portion will be taking those constraints and then applying them in a supply constrained dynamic. So some of you guys are demand constrained, some of you guys are supply constrained, meaning demand constrained means you don't, you've got capacity, but you need more customers. Supply constrained is you wish you could take on more customers, but you can't because you've got other issues. And so I'll talk about that as kind of the third portion. The fourth portion is going to be all around the implementation with the AI and the tools. And so I'll give you a handful of what I would consider like pre-canned stacks of playbooks and solutions that I see as very typical combinations of things that have to happen in specific types of businesses. And then after that, we're just going to do some live ones, to just walk through the exact same framework over and over and over again so I can give you ideally as many examples as I can so that you can be like, that's what I need to do, this is the order I'm going to do it, and I'm good to go. Rock and roll. And yes, that is the Iron Man cave in the background. All right, so let's rock. Also, I'm going to be using these a lot more today, and so this will be a little bit more of a hybrid because I think that'll be engaging. So I'll kind of alternate between the slides and the whiteboards back and forth, and I think hopefully it should be awesome. And if it isn't, then you can tell me it's awesome, so I feel good on the inside. All right, so without further ado, the Scaling Implementation Workshop, Constraints, Leverage, and Playbooks. All right, and so if I think about what we're trying to accomplish, if I see learning as a change of behavior, then there's really three core behavior changes that we're looking to do today. So number one is change your behavior in one way, which is maximizing leverage. That's number one. So if I can just get everyone here to allocate your attention to the things that maximize leverage, you will get the highest return possible. Number two is going to increase your odds of success of utilizing leverage by selecting the correct playbook and executing what's inside. And then goal number three is to increase your conviction around your selection and then use the AI tools by showing proof and use of outcomes. All right, me actually demonstrating in front of you so you can feel really confident that this isn't some complex thing, that you can actually just use this stuff. All right, so that's it. Like if we accomplish this, I'm stoked. Okay, so part one is around constraints, leverage, and compounding. And I see these as the core elements of business, right? Every business has a constraint. We need to deconstrain it. In order to deconstrain it more effectively, we use leverage. If we do that successfully from a model perspective, we achieve compounding. If we do those three things, we have a business that will continue to grow. All right, and so obviously some of you guys have consumed some of my stuff, but I almost always start with this because I like to set the precedent that it's very easy to get entertained by business content, right? And the difference between people who are entertained by business content and the people who do business is that they actually change your behavior. And so if after this you go back to the same conditions of wherever you're at and you don't change your behavior, you learned nothing. This was functionally just entertainment for you, which is fine if that's what that's what you signed up for. But I think there are more effective ways, to be entertained. And so that being said, same conditions, new behavior, you turn off the computer, you look back, you're at home, you're at your workplace, whatever. If nothing changes, you learned nothing. So I would encourage you to be very clear about the actions you plan to take after this and even during today, all right? So my classic example of this is phone rings and you pick up and you say XYZ. If I say, hey, here's a script, and then the phone rings, and then you say XYZ again, it means you learned nothing. If you now say the script, then you learned something, and specifically the script itself, right? And so that is a behavior change. So if we're talking about the skills of business, right, skills are actually a chain of adaptive behaviors. And so that is one behavior that I just mentioned, but if you chain multiple behaviors together, then you get a skill, all right? And so skills are chunked. And so this is why I think it's so difficult sometimes for people to grasp or why they can't get their employees to do something is because they talk in terms that are too chunked up. And I think the reason that the content that I've had has done, I would say, disproportionately well has been because I try to put a lot of effort into chunking and breaking down concepts. And so here's a couple examples. So if someone's good at basketball, it's like no one can actually be good at basketball. What it is they're good at a series of chunked up skills. So like underneath of basketball, you've got dribbling, shooting, and passing. And within those, you've got free throws, you've got three-pointers, you've got jump shots, you've got bank shots, you've got hooks, you've got all these different types of things. And so you have to keep breaking these down until you finally get to the most rudimentary level. But business works the same way, right? So it's like this guy's good at business. I think all of us want to be good at, quote, business, but if I were to direct someone, hey, learn business, it's like, what does that mean, right? And so within business, you've got marketing, you've got sales, you've got product, you've got hiring, et cetera. And so what we seek to do is create the meta skills that then generalize across functions. All right, so like reading, writing, and speaking then allow you to learn stuff, which allow you to figure stuff out, right? And in a sports context, hand-eye coordination allows you to be pretty good at most sports, which then generalize into basketball. And so what makes one person more successful than another, given the same directives, and my whole goal here is to maximize the likelihood of your success here. If you have the same directives and one person wins and one person doesn't, it's because they typically have other skills that were not taught by whatever the implementation was. And so this is fundamentally why results vary. All right, and so success, and so if you want to write something down, success stops where you don't know how to do something. That is where it stops, right? So if you imagine you've got you on one side and where you want to be on the other side, you've got these kind of logs that you have to jump from thing to thing to thing to get across. But if you finally get to a spot where there's no log, which is functionally like you don't know what to do there, then you fall. Or you just stop and say, I don't want to die, right? And so the goal is to basically try and fill up as many of those holes as humanly possible. And so it's foundational. I like to state this obvious point because many of you also are in the space where you have to educate your customers, you have to educate an audience, whether it's in your marketing, you have to educate your employees. So we are all fundamentally educators in some degree or another, right? And so it's like, why do two people come in and some people succeed and some people don't? And so, like in the example I'm using here, because we only have a limited amount of time in general with any individual audience, et cetera, right? And so if some people get results and some people see no results, then the issue is that there's going to be a gap in their knowledge base, right? And so if we wanted to get 100%, and I mean truly 100% of people results, which is possible, I fundamentally believe that's possible, the thing is it worth it? Because if I were to try to approximate that, I would need to re-educate everyone from K to 12, right, from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade, get everyone the foundations first of like, here's how you read, here's how you do math, here's how you speak, here's how you think, here's how you make decisions, right? And so almost none of us can say that it is worth it for us to do that for, like, let's say an employee who comes in. You expect they know how to turn on a computer. You expect they know how to use an iPhone. You expect that they know how to use the internet. You expect they know how to send an email. And so at some level, we have to cut off and say, these are the requisites in order to be an employee. These are the requisites in order to be a customer, right? And so I use this as an extreme example here, but if you can't read, it doesn't matter how good my books are, right? If you can't stay focused, it doesn't matter what the tactics are because you're not going to stick with it long enough, which is a whole other basket of skills. If no one likes you, it's going to be very difficult for you to attract key talent. And so the reality is that results vary based on your background, education, experience, and application. And this is not an FTC compliance thing. This is me just like being like upfront about why results vary between people. And I think it's worth understanding this because the thing is that this allows you to take ownership. I'm very proud of the fact that I've been pretty much every single thing I've ever bought's biggest success story. And the reality is that it's not because, and like this is hopefully not in a self-aggrandizing way, but if they work with 20 people and I have the best results, then it means that I have other skills that the other 19 people didn't have. And as a result, those additional skills disproportionately contributed to the outcome. That's the difference. And so if we think about learning as a bridge, every step is needed, right? Like you can't skip a step to get across. Like you have to have every single foundational piece. And so the more general skills you have, the more gaps you can fill when someone provides incomplete information, which is all of us provide incomplete information, right? Otherwise, we'd literally have to start at zero and start at goo goo gaga and then go all the way to coding AI, right? It's just we don't have the time to do it. So if you're going to do any kind of implementation, I like to approach it from the perspective of what skills do I lack or what things do I need to fill in the gaps for in order to be successful. And the moment where I get stuck is, oh, there's something I don't know how to do, and therefore my ability to figure it out becomes very important. And so your results will be proportional to your existing domain skill, period. And so that makes the ability to figure out one of the most important skills to have. It's a meta skill, right? And so what's interesting about this is that if you say, hey, Alex, can you build a business? I could say, okay. That's a very general request, right? But I just have a big background of other skills, a big bucket of skills behind me. Now, to the same degree, if you go to Michael Jordan and say, hey, just win, he could, right? But you tell that to a 5-year-old, and you're like, just win. And they're like, but how do I tie my shoes, right? It's like we have to start where the person's at. And again, I put this as a pre-frame for today just to set the context. And so, as an aside, a really good framework, so this is the first of a few frameworks that I'll share with you just kind of ad hoc as we go through this. But let's say that you're looking at two potential people. You've got hire one, and you've got hire two. And this is super important for many of you who have employees or would like to have employees at some point in the future. So let's say this person is, this is the classic attitude, there we go, aptitude dynamic. I'm sure you guys have probably heard the statement, hire for attitude and then train aptitude, something to that degree, right? And then this one, let's just say this guy has great attitude and doesn't have the best skills. And this guy has, doesn't have the best attitude, but has the skills, okay? So if you're looking at this, which would you hire? Now, depending on the answer, the actual answer here is that it depends on the nature of the role. But the single golden truth is that you hire for the smallest skill deficiency. And so what that means is, if I have hire one and hire two, right? If I have something that the aptitude that I'm trying to teach takes, a day, I'm for sure going to hire for attitude, because for me to teach someone to be kind, be respectful, smile, be nice, all that kind of stuff, which are all chunked up terms that have many, many skills underneath of them, then for sure I'm going to say, well, I could teach this in a day. This would take me years. So I don't want to do that. So I'm going to hire for the small skill deficiency. Now let's flip it over. If I'm trying to hire the foremost AI researcher, and I'm saying, okay, well, this guy's a bit weird. He keeps to himself, a bit in the closet. That sounds a bit weird. Not like that. Calm down. Okay, we've got this attitude, a bit of an attitude issue, but man, the guy really knows. Well, if I had another guy who's there who's like, well, he doesn't really know the AI that well, but he's a really great guy. Who do you hire? Well, it depends on the role. And specifically with this one, it would cost me way more time to teach somebody who's a nice person who works hard how to do AI research versus trying to get this guy who really knows AI how to just smile every once in a while and not call everyone a dick or an idiot, right? And so this is fundamentally how I like to approach hiring when I'm thinking about specific roles. If you deal with what I would consider to be low-skilled roles, then it's absolutely true that attitude over aptitude, for sure, because there's so many more skills here, right? The more high-skilled, the more high aptitude you require for a role, then the more that will matter more than trying to. And the thing is you'll start to learn how to train attitude, right? Because you'll see attitude as just a bucket of behaviors. Of okay, what are the things that increase the likelihood that people don't complain about you? What are the things that increase the likelihood that people like you? Okay, well, it turns out there's only 6 or 7 things that you have to do on a consistent basis within a work setting to decrease the likelihood that people complain about you, right? So let's just learn how to train those consistently, and then all of a sudden we open up our aperture, the amount of people that we can take in, who are really good but aren't that really good with people, all right? Now, the reason I see this as important is that For many of you, believe it or not, one of the big issues you have is that you sell to everybody. Meaning, you allow anyone to walk in the door, and then you're surprised by the fact that your results vary so widely. And sometimes you're like, oh, some people are amazing, and I've got all these other people they don't do anything. It's like, yeah, it's because you let toddlers in and you try to teach them to code. Of course not, right? Which is why there are standards, which is why having requisites becomes incredibly important. There's a reason that Spanish 1 is required to do Spanish 2. And so for many of you, one of the big things you can probably write down today is like, if I had to pick, what requirements must exist for my customers to maximize the likelihood that they would win, right? We can probably tell, or you probably already know, if you looked at your whole customer base, like on the phone call or on the sales consultation or whatever way you sell, right? You probably know some specific way that you're like, oh, this guy's gonna crush it. Well then, if you know the difference between somebody's gonna crush it and one that you're like, well, you probably shouldn't let the in, and then you should say, okay, well, if everybody crushed it, how much more could I charge? Probably orders of magnitude more. And then maybe that's the right avatar. And we just have to get narrower with who we select for, which means we've increased our standards. This is a huge issue with service businesses, which based on the surveys that I saw from you guys, that's like 75% of you, which is why I bring this up, okay? And so if we look at these two images I have here, like the big jack guy and the wobbly knees person, if we have to get them across this bridge, right, of all these different logs, which of them are we going to have higher confidence is going to get across? Well, obviously the gymnastic dude, right? But the thing is that our bridge is our product, is our customer experience. And so if two people can come in and we get to be the gatekeeper of who we choose to let in, then we're the ones who are at fault when someone doesn't succeed, to a large degree. But it doesn't mean, oh, I now have to educate everyone through K-12, because that might not be worth it. You just say, no, you have to graduate high school in order to do this thing, right? You have to be able to you have to be making $10,000 a month in your e-commerce store, whatever, right? There's a couple things that must happen in order for you to get the outcome. That's why prerequisites matter. And so fundamentally, this is why I define terms so many times throughout presentations. And it's because I understand that some percentage of people might not understand this term. And as a result, that's where they stop, right? Success stops the moment you don't know how to do something. And so if I am describing something, I try to describe it in multiple ways so that we can keep the mental conversation going, so I can pull as many people along as possible. And I translate this for you so that you understand why I do what I do, so that hopefully whatever modicum of success I've had, I can hopefully transfer over. All right. And I believe that there's an ethical responsibility to set prerequisites to the highest degree possible, especially in services, more than anything else. Self-serve is a little bit different, but services especially. I think we have an ethical responsibility not to just say, hey, I can sell these people, but more so, who should I be selling to? All right, now that we got that out of the way, your first behavior change. My goal is for you to focus on your highest return activity, which we refer to as the constraint of the business. So this is a drawing I have of before and after. So if you've got a 4-lane highway and then you've got a 1-lane, that's where the money's at, and you're only going to flow at a 1 money pace, right? Now, if you're looking at this left to right, so start at the bottom left, that one. At the halfway point there, you've got potential, which means many times we work to add potential to the system. If you go from 4 lanes to 5 lanes there, did you do nothing? No. You didn't increase throughput, meaning you're not going to get more dollars out the other side, but you did do something. You added potential, meaning once the constraint is resolved, you'll be able to grow that much more, that much faster. But until the constraint is resolved, you will stay the same. And so where we allocate effort is where we're going to get the highest return. And so my first and most important behavior change today is to get you to focus on the constraint and stop doing whatever it is that you're doing that's not growing the business. And one of the key points around this is that there's only one constraint. There's only one. There's one today, and there's going to be one in 6 months, and there's going to be one in 2 years. There's always only one. That's how constraints work. You can always keep tracing it back until there's one point of focus. And this is the thing that I think most people fail to do. And I think the reason is because it takes multiple orders of thinking. What happens after that? What happens after that? What's stopping us from this? And we're going to do a ton of examples today. But I want to set this as the frame of this is the highest leverage thing. This is the most important thing, is that if you don't know what the one thing you should be working on is, it's your fault. That is the job of the entrepreneur. allocators of resources. And so businesses grow until they're constrained, and then they stop. That's it. And I kind of see them that way. It's like you will just continue to grow until you hit a constraint, and then you stop, and you stay there, and you'll stay there for months, weeks, years, decades until you figure out the constraint. All right? And so the thing that's stopping the growth is the constraint. Now, one of the famous sayings, some of you guys probably heard this, which is a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And so in a lot of ways, we've got kind of like our goals on one side and us on the other, and we're pulling, but we can only pull a goal that's as heavy as our chain can hold, right? And so if you have, let's say, a weak link, and you keep adding, either adding links or strengthening the other links in the chain, it just changes nothing. And this is why if you've been stuck for a while, you're not growing as fast as you want, this may be the issue. Or my argument is, it is the issue. So I'll give you a different example. So I obviously come from the fitness world. If you deadlift, which is you just pick up a bar off the ground, right? So if you pick up a bar off the ground, and let's say that your grip, right, can hold 500 pounds, but your back can take 700 pounds, okay? Great. If I get my back from a 700-pound back to an 800-pound deadlift back, I'm still only pulling 500 pounds, right? And so we have to keep working on the grip. And until we work on the grip, nothing's going to change about our deadlift. And so working on the non-weakest link is a waste for immediate growth. Again, we have potential, but not throughput, which I just gave. Okay. Now, that is fundamentally the constraint. We seek to work on the constraint. So how does leverage play a role in this? So leverage is the difference between what you put in and what you get out, right? And ideally, we want high leverage, so we get more for what we put in. Now, within the context of speed, because I don't know about you guys, but maybe you'd want to grow faster. I don't know about you. I like to grow faster, right? And so if we want more output per unit of time, then it means we're exercising or using more leverage. And so there are only two types of core leverage. So I've shifted my thinking process around this, and I think that it will help, which is there's really only two, and then there's outputs of those things that can get re-put into the system, all right? So leverage itself exists on a continuum. It's not is there leverage or is there not leverage, but how much leverage is there? There's always a certain amount of leverage. It could be low leverage, it could be middle leverage, it could be high leverage, right? So it's not whether there's leverage, but how much leverage is there. And so the two are technology and skills. These are the two types of leverage that get you more for what you put in. And so at the most basic level, if I wanted to dig a hole, I could use my hands, right? Zero technology. I could use a shovel, which ancient humans figured that one out, and so they got way more efficient using a shovel than using their hands. And then I could eventually, more modern human, I could use a bulldozer, right? All of these are different technologies, different levels of technology, different levels of leverage that we get to increase our output. A different example, right? I could use pen and paper if I wanted to write stuff. I could use software to write it faster, and I could probably use AI to do it even faster, right? Different types of leverage, all through technology. Now, on the other side, we've got skills, what we learn to do, rather than tools we use. So on the skills continuum, I'll just give a basic one for a service business. If you've got 100 leads and 2 salespeople in one script, you might have a 5x difference between the 2 salespeople. Based on what? Based on skill. Same leads, same script, 2 people, one has 5 times the throughput. So they get more for what they put in. Skills, right? And to use a media example, if I give 2 creators and I say, hey, go make me one short reel, I might have one guy who has literally 100x the difference. High leverage on that skill. And so these are how you can know these are the 2 forms of leverage. And this is like, I always like to chunk things all the way up to say, like, how can I validate that this hypothesis is true? If you look at economics at the broadest level, what increases GDP per capita, right, within an economy? That's how we can measure output of a whole country. What are the 2 biggest variables that increase output for a country? Technology and education. Skills and tools. Okay. Now, when we use skills and tools, we then create other outputs. Money being one of them, and being maybe the reason that some of you guys want to do it, right? Other people's skills and time. Okay, if we have that money, we can get other people to do stuff. If we have other skills, even without money, you can get other people to do stuff, right? You start to develop a brand or a reputation that comes as a result of using tools and skills repeatedly. You get distribution. For example, 5,000 different stores carry your stuff because you use skills and tech in order to get them and build that distribution. But that becomes leverage for later. And then one of the more, I would say, tactical ones that we'll probably hit on a little bit harder today later is something I'll call single input, multiple outputs. So this is one of my personal favorite ways of kind of creating leverage in a business, which is how can I double dip? How can I triple dip? How can I quintuple dip, right? And so an example of this is that we started running workshops for our advisory practice. Well, the workshops is like a quad dip for us. It's like we get deal flow, so we get businesses that come in. We get cash flow, they're profitable. We get media because we capture a whole bunch of clips and all that stuff that further pushes through the flywheel. And then we also have all the data that we trained our AI on, which some of you guys have already tried. Pretty sweet, right? But we were only able to do that because that thing, like imagine if I had to do one specific thing to collect media, another thing to collect data, another thing to create cash flow, another thing to create deal flow, I would have way less leverage. And so always thinking like, what's the sawdust? What other outputs can we extract from the existing behavior set or activity? Typically benefits, big time, all right? And so once we have all these new leveraged outputs, we put them back in and try to attack the constraint again. And so if our first level of attacking the constraint is we have skills and tools, great, then we get money, other people's skills and time, brand, distribution, and then basically how can we slice and dice it multiple times? We take this again and then re-attack the constraint with even more leverage. And so fundamentally, the constraint is the priority. Like right now, our whole job is chief allocator of resources. That's what we are as the entrepreneur. And so priority, unfortunately, like in the modern era, became a term that people use and have priorities, plural, right? But if you look at the Latin, it comes from, I think, a priori, which means first, all right? Or before, which means you do this first. It means when you wake up in the morning, this is what you attack. Because everything that's not this is not growing the business. And so, and this is a harder pill to swallow, but if you have more than one, you are the problem. And so it's like, how can we expect our teams to prioritize their time when you haven't prioritized theirs? Right? Like we're the ones who are responsible for this. And so if like you can't decide what your priority is, like it's your fault. And so this is why we are the chief allocator of resources. We are the chief prioritization officer. And so I bring this up because there's a lot of people who say they throw this word strategy around. And I think strategy has become this big amorphous thing. But strategy is just allocating limited resources, all of us have limited resources, time, money, et cetera, right, against unlimited potential uses. And so the simple way of saying this is it's prioritizing. That's what strategy is. It's all it is. It's just prioritizing. What are we going to attack? With the limited stuff we've got. We got a million things we could do. What's the one we are going to do? Right? And so the best strategy is that you use the limited resources you have to get the greatest increase in throughput. That is the best strategy, objectively. The question is you won't be able to know which one it is until after, right? That's the tough part. But objectively, that is the best strategy, the thing that gets you the most bang for your buck. A good strategy would be that you allocate the resources to get an improvement. Great, we grew. Did we grow as much as God telling us what to do? Probably not. But did we grow more than we were before? Yeah, we allocated resources well. Good strategy. What's a poor strategy? And there's two levels of poor strategy. There's two on the negative side too. All right, so if you allocate resources to no improvement, for example, if you are stagnating right now, then it means you're actually wasting resources. It means you're using the stuff you got and you're not seeing any increase. So you have one level of waste. The resources you have are getting wasted. Then there's two levels of waste. I'll give you an example here. So a buddy of mine owns a big business, and he was really confident that his marketing was like not good. And he had a CMO in there or whatever. And he said, hey man, I don't think these ads are good. I don't think they're working. And they were like, no, like we're really confident that this stuff's like making a huge impact. And so it took them 6 months, and he finally was like, just cut the damn ads. So they cut the ads, and sales remained the same. So they were basically burning $2 million a month in this specific campaign that did literally nothing. And so it was $12 million that got flushed down the toilet. Now, it didn't hurt the business, but I mean, they wasted resources, which then kind of leads to the next one, which is you can also double waste, which is like you could spend $2 million a month on stuff that not only doesn't make the business better, but actively makes it worse. So not only do you waste the resources, you actually decrease throughput. And I bring these up because I just want to be real. Like if the businesses are growing as fast as you want, You might have a strategy issue, meaning you're not allocating resources to the greatest potential improvement. If you're stagnating right now, it means that there's somewhere else you should be allocating your resources to get a better return. All right. I'll give you a fun example of a double waste, so you don't feel like I'm beating on you. So my gym got to full capacity, different times in my career. But when I just had one gym, everyone was loving it. I had these two kind of parallel sessions that worked, and like my gym was packed. And so I couldn't fit any more people in my gym. But I wasn't making as much money as I wanted. And so what I did was I attacked the incorrect constraint. So what I did is I took this really working product that everyone loved, which is these 45-minute sessions. I had these strength sessions and I had these cardio sessions. And so I had them running in parallel. And because I couldn't fit as many people in, I decided to, one, combine them, and then two, make them 30-minute sessions. By doing that, I increased my capacity, but no one liked the product, and I ended up having this massive spike in churn. Whereas the intelligent thing would have been, oh, everyone loves it, you're at full capacity, raise your prices. And then I would have been able to have an amazing product and had more profit. It would have been such a simpler solution than trying to reorganize my whole thing. But I was young and I didn't know any better. And so I used all these resources to remarket it, communicate it, retrain my staff on this new way of doing things. And not only did I waste all that effort, I also hurt my business. Bad strategy. I also, just so it's like I've done this more than once, in gym launch, one of the biggest mistakes I made a couple big ones, but this is one of the biggest ones. It was the first and last time that I looked at competitors. But there was somebody else in the marketplace that basically they took a bunch of my top customers and they tried to partner with them to basically just make a Mickey Mouse copycat version of my stuff. And so I then got and they were like, we're going to give one-on-one help, and I didn't do one-on-one at the time. And so they make this offer that was less than mine and had one-on-one support. And so I go through this whole rigmarole, and then I do this launch to my existing customer base, and I say, hey, here's this amazing thing. We're just going to charge all of you less money by 25% and give you more, and you don't have to do anything. And I want to tell you a couple of really interesting things that happened from that. Number one, many people complained. So think about how crazy this is. I lowered the price and added services, and people complained because they're like, I've been paying this whole time, and you didn't give me this? And it was a great lesson for me to tell you that people just hate change no matter what it is. So thing one. The second thing that happened is that when you cut 25% of top line and add costs, guess what that does to your profit? It kills your profit. And so I lost about $5 million a year in profit from that one move, which we never recovered. And considering we sold the business, I guess 24-ish months later, it probably cost me realistically $40 to $50 million. Like a real true, not like, oh, hypothetical, I did sell the company and it was based on profit, and I probably lost another 40 to 50. That's not an extrapolation of the multiple, but I'm just saying round numbers. So when I say this, I'm not trying to be heavy-handed because I want you to feel bad. I'm saying because I've done this and made horrible mistakes before, and ideally would like you to avoid them. So as we kind of wrap or get close to wrapping this particular part one for framing today, one of the things that I think is really important is to understand the paradox of solutions, meaning that there are multiple paths that can lead you up the mountain. So let me explain what I mean. So let's say I have a leads issue, and we're going to cover this really heavy back half of the day. Let's say I've got a really heavy leads problem, right? And we're going from clouds all the way to dirt, but I have to frame it this way so that I can bring everyone else along, okay? So I need more leads. I could increase my ad spend, right? That could be one thing that I do. I increase my ad spend. I could just make more ads overall, more creative, or make better creative. That would do it. I could also do some conversion rate optimization on my pages. I could also improve my lead magnet, right? All of these things would be things that I could do. And this is there's 100 things I could do, but that's 5 or 4, right? And so consider each of these as these paths up the mountain, right? All of these are different paths up the mountain. And so what's important to realize is that The difficulty is properly identifying the constraint. Once you identify the constraint properly, you absolutely should hit it with an atomic bomb to make sure that you destroy it, right? And so if that was my issue, I could just do this, but maybe I'll do all four, right? And so this is the strategic priority. This is the constraint. And so I bring this up because some of you guys are going to be like, well, which should I do? I'm like, do them all. Or do the one that you think you're most likely to succeed with first, and then you can start working your way down. And if it resolves the constraint, awesome, rock and roll. And so solving constraints happens in unlimited ways. There's many flavors of business, multiple ways to solve a constraint, but identifying the constraint is key. Going up the mountain is singular. So solving the constraint, getting to this altitude is a singular goal. The paths can be varied. And so, right, your CAC's too high, you can change your offer, ad, sales motion, you can fix the problem, all right. Then you need the next one, right? And I'll talk about this more later, but the way that you're like, okay, well, if I'm going to talk to you, Alex, you tend to give a specific directive. Not only say, okay, this is the problem, how are we going to fix it? So I operate from the position of what are the resources that you have available to you? So what are the skills? What are the assets that you have currently? And then I'm going to look at all the different potentialities and say, okay, well, this person has more experience with, and so I think this is the highest likelihood path for them. If this guy knows how to climb and this guy doesn't, well, I'm not going to have the guy who doesn't know how to climb go on a path that has some jagged rocks that he'll have to climb up, right? So the path could get them there, but which one's the highest likelihood bet? And so this is how I think through it. And with the more skills you have, the more all of these paths will work, because if you're a master climber and a master hiker and an endurance runner, then you're like, I'm pretty much good on all these paths. Great, then it means you have more ways to win. And so I want to bring this up, though, from a different perspective when it comes to, well, how big of a peak can I get up to with my existing skill set? And so one of the number one things that comes up when I have like Hormozy Hotline or I meet people in person at the workshops and whatnot is like, I don't know if my vehicle, the business that I'm in, is sufficient for the goal that I'm trying to accomplish, right? And so let's say that you're like, I want to get to $1 million a year, hypothetically. There's basically unlimited paths to getting to $1 million a year. And so I'll give you an easy visual for this. So if you want to get up a foothill, right, there's literally unlimited ways that you can get up a foothill. If you want to get up a larger hill, there's going to be, depending on how jagged the hill is, right, there's going to be fewer ways, potentially. If you want to get up to Mount Everest, I don't know if that's what Everest looks like, I'm going to be real. But there's probably, I don't know about Everest, but I'm sure there's probably one or two paths that actually get you to the summit, right? And so if you have a $1 million a year goal, then you can get there whatever way you want. $10 million, still pretty unlimited. Almost every business can get to $10 million a year. $100 million, if it's enterprise value, yes, slightly less so, but still like, there's usually an adjacent version of your business. I'll give you an example. So if you're a brick and mortar store, you're like, I can't get to a $100 million business. It's like, yeah, with one store, no, but with 20 you could, right? And so that's the idea, is like, it's probably just like a tiny permutation from the existing business could get you there. If your goal is to get to a $1 trillion company, right? Well, then you pretty much exclude, if you want to get to Everest, you pretty much would have to just do a global technology product. There's really no other way. And so depending on the size of your goal, the path can vary, but most people's goals are not $1 trillion. Most people's goals are like, I would like to have enough to be free, enough to have the time that I want, et cetera, right? And so I bring this up because you've got your hill, you've got your mountain, and you've got Mount Everest. And unless your goal is the trillion, then almost all of these things that I'm about to share with you will work in your existing vehicle. Because so many business owners have this idea that they're like, you waste years on the existing business you're in because you just don't commit to it. It's like you're kind of like have it as a side chick, right? Where you're like kind of dating, you're half in, half out, rather than just going all in. And if you just went all in, you'd get to where you want to go way faster. But you spend years not going all in, and if you'd just gone all in from day one, you'd already be there. So, if the constraint is the first thing that we're trying to figure out, right? Thing one. Thing two is we want to apply leverage to the constraint. So we want to get more for what we put in so that we can move through it, we can break through that constraint faster. The third thing that we're looking to accomplish is compounding. We want a business that grows on its own by just continuing to do the same level of activity. So fundamentally, that is what compounding is. You have the same input and then increasing outputs over time. Same input, increasing outputs. Leverage is one time. You get more for what you put in. Compounding itself is a form of leverage, right? But also in that if I do one push-up and then I get 2 push-ups back, and I do 1 push-up and I get 3 push-ups back, I do 1 push-up and I get 6 push-ups back, that is the compounding happening, right? And so almost all businesses should take a compounding vehicle of some kind. So think of these as flywheels or virtuous cycles. So an example for real world, your reputation is a flywheel. The more you do, the better you get, the better you get, the more people talk, the more people talk, the better you do, the better you get, the more people do, and it goes around and around and around. Structural virality is an example of a compounding vehicle. So school, the whole platform is built on you start a community, you invite 200 people, of those 200 people, one or two or three of those people are going to start their own community, and then they invite 200 people, right? And so it has a compounding, it has a structural virality built into it, so it compounds, right? Long-term stick is a compounding vehicle, meaning if I sell 100 customers this year, and I sell 100 customers next year, and I sell 100 customers the third year, if I kept 100% of customers, my business would be 3 times bigger year 3 than it is today. And many of you operate from the position that in order to grow, you have to grow sales. And that is a way to grow. It is also the hardest way to grow. It is significantly more valuable to find a product or service that people don't cancel. And then you could literally stay the same level of marketing and sales and just keep getting bigger every year by default. Network effects, like an actual network. Like if you have 100 people and they're all cool, if you add a 101st person who's also cool, the whole network gets better. That is a true network effect. Different than adding more people to a services business, to be clear. A services business that adds more people, in general, will dilute the service quality. In a network, it enhances the value of the network. Facebook has a network effect. The more people go on Facebook, the more valuable Facebook becomes, right? You can also have this from an integrations perspective. The more things you work with. If you work with a lot of different vendors and that becomes a value add to a customer base, like Zapier, for example, it becomes a compounding vehicle. Sales networks are also compounding vehicles. So Real Brokerage, Sharon, who's our president, he came because you can have a product where people never stop buying it, which is long-term stick, or you can have a product where, and this is a lot of you guys, by the way, where people don't stick for a long term because of the nature of the product you sell. Like selling houses isn't like a long term, like maybe over many, many years you buy or sell houses with the same person multiple times. But from a business perspective, the node of production is the agent, not the individual houses. And so then you think, oh, okay, I just need to get these nodes in, and the stickiness occurs with how well I'm able to attract and recruit brokers or agents, and then what each of them is going to represent for me. Mortgages work the same way. And so I want to give you a quick warning, which is the compounding reality, which is that everything that I just said is how you build a really big business. Everything I'm going to show you the rest of the day is just going to help you build whatever you have to be bigger. So you can become wealthy without any of that. You're just not going to become the best. And so I share that because I want to talk to younger me in the audience or older me in the audience, whatever, because I would want to know that stuff. I would want to be like, how do I win in my market? How do I win in my category? Those things are how you win in your category. But if you just want to get rich, right? If you just want to become wealthy or independently wealthy, you don't have to really be the best. You just have to like make more than it costs you to make it and do it for a long enough time, right? And so there are two very basic compounding wheels that every business can build into it with basically no extra thought. So there's three, sorry. First is just reputation referrals. We talked about that earlier. If you do a good job, if you do that long enough, you'll just keep making more. That's a great thing to focus on. The second is just trying to get people to keep buying. Like every business can do this. And the third is to get people to never stop selling for you. These are the three most basic compounding wheels that require no tech, no fancy thinking, no fancy strategy. Like anyone can do these three. And I think I covered this one already. Okay, so here's the TLDR. What it looks like when it's right. There's three elements here. We've got constraint, we apply leverage, and then if we design our business properly, we unlock compounding. That is what it looks like when it's right. That is what we're hoping to accomplish. This is how you scale. So, hopefully that sets a decent groundwork for today. So that was a little bit clouds. Now we're going to get really tactical, okay? Because you're like, that's awesome. But I have trouble getting leads. So what do I do now? That is what we're going to cover now. All right. So our objective right now is to find your specific solution path. And so what I'm going to do is walk you through the decision tree for your specific problem. All right, and so we'll start with the obvious, match the constraint to the solution, and then we'll take the highest likelihood path based on your assets, skills, and resources. This fundamentally is what separates individual attention. So like when people come out here, the main thing is that we can really pick, okay, based on everything we've seen and patterns across your industry, this bet seems to work the best for most people, and given your background, I'd tweak it like this. That's the value. There might be 6 paths up that mountain, but we think this path is the highest likelihood for you, okay? So, some of you guys saw this, 20 hours of me taking Hermosi hotline calls, which was actually a ton of fun for me. And some of the feedback that I got was like, dude, you went from like commercial refrigerating to insurance to a restaurant to a B2B SaaS platform, and then still was able to drill deep on that. And so I want to share with you kind of the framework for doing this. Because what I was doing was just working through a mental checklist that I've just developed over the years, having just done this with a lot of businesses. And so if you're going to write something down, this would be the thing to write down. So this is a linear approach to constraints. I will call these the Mosey 6, okay? So the first question that you probably heard me ask many times if you listened to that was, why can't we do more? Like, what stops us from just doing more? Because if we think about what it takes to make more money, this is gonna be some highfalutin math right here, okay? Sell more, worth more. That's it. Sell more units, make them worth more. That's it. And so then we just start with the question, which was like, why can't we sell more? Now, sometimes the reason you can't sell more is because they're not worth enough. And that's one of the problems, and we'll get to that. But fundamentally, starting with this as the question allows us to massively simplify our scope in terms of what we're trying to think about to grow the business. The next 5 basically answer the question, why can't we do more? Because if the answer to the first question is, well, we could, then stop there. Go do more, right? But you've got metrics, you've got market, you've got model, you've got money, and you've got manpower. And those very conveniently were M's. I was not actually really trying for that. I had 5 of the 6 were M's by default, and I switched data to metrics, and then they're all M's. So little cute ism for you. But this is it. Like, this is the decision tree. I'm actually very proud of this because this took like an enormous amount of time to narrow down and do in this sequence. So when I'm asking questions, I'm actually trying to check through this list as fast as I can so I can drill down to what the constraint is so we can grow the business or debottleneck it. And so, again, the goal here is that you want to get off at the first exit. The point isn't like, I'm going to go through all 6 of these. No, the goal is if you can just do more today, then just do more today, get off. Like, there's nothing else you need, right? And so I will say this in all bold. If you can double your company doing one thing, why do 3? And it usually is one thing. It's just harder because you don't know how to do it. Or it takes longer than you want, so you distract yourself with things you do know how to do that take less time, so you don't grow. That's real. It's hard. You just don't know how. Everything that you don't know how to do is hard. So if you can just reframe hard to, I don't know how to do it yet, and the good news is you've got a brain and 2 hands, you can figure it out, all of a sudden you can attack things. And so I will reframe this key point, which is that you should seek hard. And you should seek hard because the things that are difficult are things that other people also have to figure out. If you have an opportunity that literally has nothing hard about it, and it's not hard at all for you, then it's going to be not hard at all for everyone else, and it's going to very quickly become saturated and then eventually not be an opportunity anymore. Now, you can take the position of like, I just jump from thing to thing to thing, which many people do, and they never really see long-term success because they just jump to the easiest path, and they just restart over and over again. They never unlock compounding, and compounding is where all the money is made. So, when you hit that wall where you're like, I just don't know what to do, it usually means there's a skill that I need to learn. And when you do that, then you can unlock it. Okay, so let's start with the Mosey 6, right? The 6 M's. Why not more? Like, why can't we do more? And I ask this as the first question because right now, if you're going through this, if you can do more, you should do more for the following reasons. More is the highest risk-adjusted return move. If something has already worked, more of it has a very high likelihood of working again, right? Like repeat successful actions. If it worked, do it again. And do it until it stops working. But so many times when I say, hey, why can't we double our ad spend? It's like, well, I mean, we could. It's like, all right, get off the phone. Go double your ad spend. Why can't we do twice the reach out? I mean, I guess we could. Go do that. It's like, well, I was thinking about starting a personal podcast. Why? Just do more. Do that when more stops working. More is by far the easiest bet, and I have become this broken record on more because more takes work, and I think that's why people don't want to do it. More, it just takes an unbelievable amount of work. And so the thing that people, I think, also miss out on is that diminishing returns are still returns. You're still making progress. You're still getting better. You might not be getting better at the same rate if your first $100,000 of ad spend gets you a 10x return, and your next $100,000 of ad spend gets you a 3x return. You still get a return. It's still better than the stock market, right? And so I think to myself in those, it's like, do I have an absolute return? And is there something else that has an absolute return that's higher? Then yeah, then maybe you would allocate the resources there. But for me, because of risk, I'll max out a path before I'm ever going to consider doing other stuff. Because I know this works. Why would I take the shot? And if the hard is, I have to figure out how to do more of this thing that I already know works, then that's a hard I'm very confident, very happy to attack. And so this is a really interesting perspective that has only come. This took me so long to figure out. And so for those of you who've come in person, you might have seen this. But for those of you who haven't, then this will be new for you. All right. So if we imagine this line as the revenue of the business, let's just say this is normal business activity. What I've observed in my businesses is that when I make a change, I have about a 20% decrease in performance, a decrement in performance. So whatever we were doing, if I say, hey, we're going to implement this new customer success process, this new sales motion, this new pricing, whatever it's going to be, right? I typically expect, especially if there's people involved, I'm going to have a 20% decrease. Now, if I believe this to be true, which I do in general, again, this isn't rule of law, this is just rule of thumb. If I have a 20% decrease, that I have a fixed and absolute, like I know it's going to happen, right? What kind of bets am I willing to take if I know I'm going to guarantee to have a 20% cost? Well, if I've got this idea that I'm like, I think this could give us a 5% lift. Am I willing to stomach a 20% cost for the chance at a 5% lift? Guaranteed negative 20, possible plus 5. No, I'll just keep living my life. And so what ends up happening is I have kind of like a rule of 20% as a minimum, which is that if I'm going to guarantee 20, I got to have at least a 20% increase for whatever thing I'm going to implement in a business for it to be worth the risk, for it to be worth the work. Now, some of you might be like, well, hey, if I still did that 20%, if I get that 5% improvement, it would take me 4 or 5 months, and then I'll finally be at 5% above baseline. But let's also look at how this works in reality. You're going to start seeing this improvement, right, over time. But the thing is that you're going to get this really great idea over here. And then you're going to be like, oh yeah, well, let's change this other thing about the business. And then you're going to get another 20% decrease. And so the business is almost always operating below its hypothetical capacity because you're constantly changing things. And so I would say one of the biggest things that's changed about me as an entrepreneur as I've gotten, developed more is that I just change fewer things. And if something's going to change, it better be worth it. Because we're going to disrupt a ton of different process flows, a ton of different teammates. And one of the things that you will find in general, and this is kind of a fun one that, again, you can extrapolate out. If you change nothing about a business, it'll usually improve by like 3% a year. If you change nothing, right? That's why GDP in general just grows by that amount. And it's not because of population growth, right? And so when we see this, I'm like, okay, well, there's some degree of population growth. But the point is this, is that if you just leave people alone, they tend to get better at their jobs. They just tend to get more efficient. They develop the skills. They do more repetitions. They get good. And when that happens, the business just improves, which is pretty sweet. And so I've seen some of the biggest gains in businesses sometimes when I just like make my change and I just leave it alone. And that's why Layla will sometimes be like, just go away, go find a project, go write another book, right? And so I bring this up because I think many of you may be guilty of this like I was this is like an addiction. You have to I fight it every day, right? But me understanding that there was a fixed cost of change with a variable upside has dramatically reduced the number of things that I'm willing to take the bet on.
So that's my 20% minimum gain rule. Now, this should look familiar to some of you guys. Are you guys digging this, by the way? That would, I need the approval of others in order to fill the hole in my soul. I'm kidding. So if we're still back on why not more, right? Why aren't we spending more money on ads? Why aren't we making more creative? Why aren't we adding more platforms, right? More is going to immediately make us more of the core 4, right? And hopefully this should be familiar with you guys and appreciate it. I have a 5-second delay. So I'm like, I make a point, I'll be like, I thought this was a good point, and I'll see nothing in the chat, and then I see it. So appreciate you guys. Okay, so if we're saying, why can't we do more? Why can't we spend more money on ads? Why can't we make more creative? Why can't we make more posts across Instagram and TikTok, right? All of this stuff. Content, same. Can we spend more, make more creative? Can we also add in tech? Do we need to recruit more people on our media team in order to produce more content? Okay, then let's do that. If we have outreach as our primary way of getting customers or getting affiliates, right? We can spend more money on it. We can put more messages out there. We can do outreach on more platforms. We can add more technology, and we can add more people. All of those things are very low risk adjusted mores. And right now, if you have that opportunity, you should do it. More works for astonishingly longer than you expect. So I'll give you a couple reframes on this because I think this is so powerful. And if you just got this in terms of, like, if I just got this through to 20% of you, I would see today as a massive win. But you guys have probably heard the story of the pottery class. Teacher has 2 classes, tells class 1, we're going to grade you on the person who makes the best pot. Class 2, he says, hey, I'm going to grade you on the number of pots you make. At the end of the semester, what's interesting about this little story is that the class that did the most pots not only made more pots, but also their pots were better than the ones that obsessed on trying to make the best pot. Because quantity begets quality. Doing more of stuff makes you better at doing the stuff, which is why I try to count in hundreds, right? I'll see someone say, like, I had a couple of the Hormozy hotlines that you guys probably heard. Hey, I've got 7 customers. Okay, fine. You got 7 customers, and I'm like, okay, how'd you get the customers? Well, I got 3 of them from cold outreach, and I got 1 from attending an event, and I got 1 from a referral, whatever. And it's like, okay, so of those, there's clear input outputs. You can go to more events. There's clear input outputs. You can do more outreach. Why aren't you doing more? Well, I didn't have the data. Metrics, number 1, right? It's the next M, right? But this is why we count in hundreds. So like I can't even accept that we've done a sufficient amount of anything until we've done it 100 times. Like 100 becomes your measuring stick. You want to make content? Do 100. You wanna do outreach? 100 a day. Like it takes so much more volume. Like that's what I want to translate. And so right now, the symptom of this, if you're suffering from insufficient volume, is because things are volatile. Things are erratic. Some months you have 2 sales, some months you have 4. What's going on? The problem is you're not doing enough. And so if we think about the problem of the business as insufficient advertising, we have not advertised enough, then 2 sales, let's say over a month, means that you do X amount of advertising to get 2 sales. And so if we want to get to 2 sales a day, we have to do 30 times that level of advertising per day to get the goal. And that takes us from 2 a month to 2 a day. That's it. And you're like, there's no way I could do that kind of volume. Of course you can. It just takes time. But at least if you're attacking from that perspective, you're far more likely to achieve it. And so some of you guys have heard this one. I'm not sure, I can't remember if this is the story I use in the book. But old mentor of mine, I start my gym up, don't have enough customers. He crushed it with flyers. He said, hey, put a flyer out. I say, okay. I put 300 flyers out on cars. I wait for the phone to ring. Phone only rings 1 time. It's a guy who tells me that I dinged his Mercedes. I immediately hung up because I was like, I don't have the money to fix this. And so I call my mentor back like a couple weeks later, and I say, hey, put the flyers out. And he's like, oh yeah, how'd those work? And he's like, excited and upbeat. And I was like, ready to give him like a verbal lashing of like, I did it, and your idea didn't work, right? And he said, and so I was like, yeah, I put out the flyers and I didn't get anything back. And he said, well, what was your test size? First question he asked. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, what was your test size? And I was like, well, I put 300 out. And I said it so like, I was like, I put 300 out. What are we talking about? He's like, hard to know if anything works at 300. He's like, we test with 5,000. He's like, and then once it works, we'll do 5,000 flyers a day. Oh, got it. 150,000 flyers a month, not 300 one time. And so I say this because like you can't imagine that someone's doing 3 times your volume or 5 times, like there's no way. It's like in that instance, he was doing 500 times my volume. Like real, or 5,000, whatever the math is there. A lot, right? People can do that much more volume, right? Like we make, I don't know what the number is, Shai's behind the camera. I'm guessing 500, 450 pieces of content a week. It's a lot. It's a lot. For like my content's, why isn't my content working? It's like, dude, I literally do 20 times more, 50 times more. But not only do I do it 50 times more, I've done it for 5 years, 50 times more. And so that is, it's almost like I made these slides. So ACQ, that's our current volume, right? And so if you're, and this is a special call out, if you're at less than $1 million a year, almost guaranteed you're just not doing enough. Like 9 times out of 10, like I could just hang up the phone, this is what, you're just not doing enough. You're just not doing enough, not even close. Sometimes there's strategy issues, we'll get to that in a second, but like more times than not, you just need to do more. Because you don't even know if anything's working, because you're not doing enough. And so one of the difficulties of this is it's not only doing, like the only way to do a tremendous amount is to do it for a long period of time, right? Because like if I did 450 for 1 week, it wouldn't do that much. It would do more than doing nothing, right? But if I want to do 35,000 pieces of content, the likelihood I can do that in a week is low. Like it's just a lot of work, right? Which is like why time unlocks increasing amounts of volume. And what's difficult about consistency, it's very hard to observe, which is why like when people come and start working at acquisition.com, you can only observe consistency by consistently observing, right? Like if you want to see me show up every day at 4 or 5, in the morning, you've got to be here at 4 or 5 in the morning every day to see that. And if you do it for a week, you still haven't observed the consistency of a year, of years of doing something like that. And so I bring this up because like consistency is the secret, and it's so hard to see, and you have to be consistent to observe it. And so, if we have a business, which we all do, so great, hold on. Let me show you what this looks like. So let's say we've got this black box. Okay. If you think about a business in the simplest sense possible, you've got advertising, which is the inputs. You've got some money-making box, and then money comes out. You turn raw attention into money. That's the machine. Okay. So it would follow that the first thing to do to make more dollars come out of this side is just jam more here. And people just don't do that. They're like, no, I would rather mess with my black box. It's like, dude, we could just jam more in. Just jam, like, why not more? Tell me why not more? For the love of Pete, more. Okay. Hopefully I ran that one in. And what's interesting about this too is that some of you guys are like crushing it and don't even know it. Like I'll have a call where someone will say like, hey, I'm getting 20 to 1 on my advertising and I'm spending $1,000 a month. I'm like, dude, imagine if you spent 100, right? Because when it gets easy is when you go hard. And what's interesting is that it's usually the opposite for most people. When something really starts working, they let off the gas. They're like, well, it's working. It's like, dude, like you don't know how long it's going to work for. Like this is when you lean in. This is when you go hard. And so my reminder here is that if the answer is nothing is stopping you from doing more, then that's it. Go do more of what works. The goal is to get off at the first and earliest exit here. All right? So that was the first M of the Mosey 6. Now let's cover the second. Yeah, Jordan French, you're getting 7x ROAS, but you're only spending $2,000 a month. Why not more? So here's some reasons more isn't the answer. So the first most common, like these are not necessarily the most common, but I did these in order of like how I think through it. So it might be like, I don't know what my ads, I don't know what I'm spending and I don't know what I'm making. It's like, well, dude, we can't do anything. Like we can't do more because you don't know if more is if any is working, right? So it's like, let's get our numbers. This is where the metrics comes in, right? And so this is where data, knowing becomes the priority. So that means you stop what you're doing, you maintain the, obviously keep making the sausage, but the rest of your resources go towards we have to track. We have to know how many people are walking in the door. We have to know how many phone calls are coming in. We have to know how many people are buying. We have to start tracking the basic metrics of the business. And I say this so heavy-handedly, right? But I also want to balance it with a very important point, which is that you have to balance it with your gut. Meaning, you will never have complete data. Like this is not never. Like you will never have complete data on everything in your business. But you will have some data. And so the game of entrepreneurship is oftentimes making decisions with incomplete data. But at least you can get directional. Well, when we spend more money on ads, we make more money every month. And when we don't spend money on ads, we don't make. I didn't track anything. I don't know what the ROAS is, right? Like the more specific we can be, the more surgical we can be in terms of juicing the hell out of it. But at the simplest level, if we spend money on ads, then we make more. Great, let's try and do more of that. It's a decent bet, right? And so the next framework is, okay, I think if this is directionally correct, is it reversible or irreversible? Is me spending money on ads going to be a reversible decision? Yeah, I could just stop spending money on ads. Not a big deal. Now, if I spend my life savings on it and I have no backup, that would be an irreversible decision, right? So this is how we think through bets, right? And so I think this is super important because many businesses are actually not limited by anything but the entrepreneur's ability to decide. Like, really want you to take this in. And again, this took me not just a couple of years, but probably over a decade to figure out, which is the speed of my business is proportional to my speed of my ability to make decisions. And so fundamentally, well then what is a decision? Well, once we make a decision, we begin to allocate a resource. And so the speed of the business is based on your speed of your ability to allocate resources, which is going to reverse back into your ability to decide, right? And so that decision making, your ability to be definitive, you should decide very quickly on things that are reversible. It's not the end of the world. And I think what happens, especially as a business gets a little bit bigger, you have more decision makers, people start to treat all decisions as though they are irreversible because people hold other people accountable for mistakes. And I think this is what creates a culture of fear. And so it's there's a very long time that one of Facebook's core values was move fast and break stuff. That was a value of theirs. We have to be willing to just ship it and see what happens. And if it breaks, we can roll it back. And the speed of decisions, and here's where it gets nasty, is typically proportional to the quality and quantity of data. Because when you have very clear data, speed of decision goes up because the data is very clear, it paints a clear picture. If you had all the data, you could make the decision immediately with high confidence. And so this is where data, although it feels like a very boring subject, allows you to move the business faster because it allows you to decide faster, which allows you to allocate resources faster, which allows you to get returns faster. That's the cycle. And so if you can't do more because you don't know your numbers, then knowing your numbers becomes priority number one. And so one of the things that I like to frame for when the big baller business owners come out and they spend $135,000 to hang out with me for a day, this is kind of light. Oh, I do a lot of work. But is that it's I provide decisions as a service. What are the big juicy decisions that we need to make? And let's make them so that you can feel confident in allocating the resources and going. So think about that. It's your job, the job to be done, the job you're hired to do as the entrepreneur is that you provide decisions as a service to the business. The higher up you go, it's almost entirely your job. It's just to make good decisions. So at the most tactical level here, make sure you have the basics down. So lead, scheduled, shows, sales, and then the math ones, those are all, if you don't know how to do those, those, you can Google those. They're not hard to figure out. And then CAC, lifetime gross profit, revenue, profit, and then cash flow, right? These are the things that you should know how to do. Now, if you should have the lost chapters, these are the back of napkin methods for these are just leads as you just count in your CRM, right? Schedules you can literally just count. Shows you can also count. And then just do a percentages, scheduled over leads. Gives you how many people, what your schedule rate is. Your shows over schedule gives you your show rate. Your sales over your shows gives you your close rate, right? Very straightforward. Your cost to acquire a customer, I have entire chapters on CAC, lifetime gross profit, and payback period inside of the Lost Chapters book. They're also inside the Money Models course, okay? So which is, if those of you who are in the school group, it's there, and you can also see it on my site. Okay, so it's free. All right, just it's in there. Okay, so we want to do more, and if we can do more, we do more. If we can't do more, the first reason that we might not do more is because we just don't have the metrics. If you don't have the metrics, then go get the metrics. That's your exit ramp. Okay, the next one is going to be market. So this one's interesting. So we say, hey, I can't do more because my market is too small. And that may be true. It's probably not, but it may be true. So if you're a local business, it's possible. I talked to somebody on the Rosie hotline during the live. I don't know if you guys remember this, or some of you guys might have been there. He had, I think it was 140 people in his town, and he had a local business that was a lounge. Yeah, you're not going to scale that to $1 billion. Like there's literally no way. I mean, literally the aggregate economy of the local area is 140 people's salary times their salary, or like people times the salary. That's it. That's if 100% of people will give you 100% of their money. That's it. There's no more. You can't do anything else. Just like the GDP of the world is limited by 8 point whatever billion people that exist. Like you can't sell more than that. That's it, right? Also, kind of fun fact, like you can fact it, because I heard somebody the other day, one of these tech founders, who was like, attention is compounding at an exponential rate. And I thought about that, and I was like, that's not true. There's 8 billion people. There's 24 hours. That's it. That's max attention. That's all there is. Like it can't compound at an exponential rate. There's 8 billion of us. There's only so many eyeballs and earballs. That's it. And so there are real maximums. However, they're typically so much higher than you think they are. And so if you were local, it's possible. If you're anything else, if you sell nationally, you sell internationally, you sell online, it's super unlikely that you've saturated your quote market. And also to the same degree, if you are in a local business, you could just go to another market, which is fine. But if you're like, I've maxed out, I'm in a town of 400 people in Kentucky, and I have a gym. Yeah, well, you probably, if you have all 400 people, like you got it. Like now we got to do another one, right? And so I would encourage you to Google industry revenue, because it's a great way to humble yourself when you're like, you know what, I think I've got, we're doing $2 million a year, and I think I've saturated the niche of chiropractor agencies, right? It's like, no, you haven't. And what's crazy about this is that this is one of the most commonly stated reasons that I get for why someone can't grow. And it's also one of the least correct and least commonly true, right? Like if you're actually, what's funny is that the business, this happens so frequently, it's kind of funny. The businesses that are at I have 140 people in my market, they almost never say that they're the ones that have a market that's too small. It's the people who are like, I'm going after weight loss and I'm making $5 million a year and I think I've capped it. I'm like, I don't know, it's a $70 billion industry. Like, probably haven't, right? And so I'll tell you a little story about, I had this belief broken for me too, which was, that's why it's so nefarious, because it's so easy. It just protects your ego so well. It just gives you this big warm hug, and it's like, dude, it's just the market's too small. You're already a winner. Like, you've got it all, man. You've got it all. Like, no, you can't make any more because you're just outside circumstances. It's not you, right? So, Jim Welch was capped at, I can't remember what it was, but we were at 30-ish. And I had somebody reach out, who was a sales guy, and he was telling me that he worked at a different gym company that I'd never heard of before. And I was like, never even heard of these guys. And so I said, well, how big's your outbound team that you work on? And I think he said 40 or 50 guys, whatever it was, a decent amount at the time. And I was like, whoa, 40 or 50 guys doing outbound. I was like, well, what's revenue for you guys? And he said, about 10 million a month. And I was like floored. Like if I had glasses, I would have taken the glasses and thrown on, but I don't wear glasses. But if I did, I would have thrown them on the floor. And so the thing is that story though completely shifted my perspective of how many more gyms there were available out there, that I was just only reaching on one channel. Maybe I tapped a channel, maybe, probably not, but maybe one element of one channel. But there's so many other channels, right? And so if you've been following my stuff for a while, you've seen this before, but it's, sometimes we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. All right, is that like, people think it's the thing on the left, right? I'm the only one marketing to, vegan powerlifters on Facebook, right? And then somebody else comes in and says, I also help vegan powerlifters. You're like, what the hell? Now we're splitting this pie in half. And then 2 other people come in and you're like, oh, what the heck, man? I've got a quarter of the market. When the reality is that it looks much more like the image on the right, which is most people think, they've got their one method, one platform, one medium, which is fine when you're starting out, but you haven't capped even capped your market. You might have capped one platform. Maybe, probably not. Maybe, probably not, right? But to the right is what it really is that you've only got one method of doing this, which is you post content. You're only doing it on one platform, okay, and you've only got one medium on that platform. So you've got this tiny itty bitty slice of an even bigger pie of a table full of pies, right? There's so much traffic. And this is something that took me because it's a belief thing. It's a declarative view of the world. Like if you limit your view of how much traffic you think there just isn't. Like some of you guys saw a clip that I had of me walking on the strip. And some guy comes up and says, hey, love your stuff, whatever. And I was like, oh, thanks, man. Come to the book launch. And he was like, what's that? I was like, the book launch, this book that I'm holding, all these green guys behind me holding all these green madness. He's like, oh, sorry, I'm not going to be in town. And I was like, it's virtual. Like, it's all good. And he's like, okay, I'll check it out, right? And then he walks off. And so it's just this great reminder. And while I was on the strip, I probably had like 5 or 6 people who like had seen my stuff while I was walking there. I think one of them knew the book launch was coming, maybe. And so again, it's like, no one knows you exist. No one knows you exist. There's so much traffic. There's so many people. It's hard to comprehend what 8 billion is. It's a lot. So here's some actions for smaller businesses or local businesses, because you're probably the only ones that could potentially be affected by this. One is you can consider expanding your existing location, knock down a wall, see if you can lease the place next door. You can also make it more efficient. So within your 4 walls, increase the delivery ratio. I'll talk more about that a little later. But you can increase the ratio. If you had a restaurant, you could tighten the tables up. You could add more chairs. Like you could experiment with times. Like these are things that can increase how much throughput you get. You can expand channels. So the only exception that I've made to my one platform, one avatar, one offer rule is for local businesses. It's the only exception that I'll give. And the main reason there is just because like if you are in a local market and you've got 10,000 people, they're not all going to be on Meta. They're not all going to be on Google. So you might have to do some direct mail and some Google ads and some radio ads and some et cetera, et cetera. And so in a local market, it's one of the only times I'm like, it's okay to have more than one advertising method. You could also just do the obvious, which is like, you're right, that market is too small, and so we need to save up our shekels and open up another location, which is fine, right? Now, another way you can do it is you can expand market segment. So we were only doing moms, but now we do moms and dads, okay? Again, these are for local businesses. The last one I would say is I would hardcore reserve, because that's a significant change in strategy. And if the business is working, and this is actually the true limiter, the true constraint, then I'd rather just say, cool, this thing's working, it's profitable, let's just repeat it. So, why can't we do more? If you can do more, do it. If you can't do more because you don't know your metrics, then go get your metrics. If you have your metrics and you're like, I just think that based on these metrics, the market's the issue, super unlikely. But if you're in a tiny local market, possible. So then we get to model. Okay, so I've got all these things. So my market's not too small. I do have my numbers, and I can't do more. Why not? And this actually happens a fair amount, which is someone says, I'm just not sure if it's worth it. I'm not sure if this is going to help me hit my overarching goals. Like I started this business a few years ago, and like, it's just not what I thought it was going to be. I'm not in love with it anymore. You know the words. So I'll tell you a couple stories here to reframe this. So Kale, who's CEO, of Gym Launch now, it's been 4 years since we sold, he was actually like one of the first 10 people that actually got sold as a client into the business. And I remember having this conversation with him where I think at the time, I don't remember, I think it was like $10,000 or something to start. And he said, I would totally do this, but I just paid $10,000 to this other guy to help me start an online fitness business. And his gym was doing $4,000 a month. They were losing money every month. And he had a 1-year-old and a kid on the way, or 2-year-old and a kid on the way. And he's working a job 9 to 5 during the day, and then working at the gym 5 a.m. to 9, and then 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So he's just literally working all hours he's awake. And so I said, hey man, if this thing that I'm going to show you made you the amount of money that you want, would you even do this online fitness thing? And he was like, no, I would quit it in a second. And so the thing is just like, sometimes there's nothing wrong with the model at all. It's like you just need to sorry, when I say model, I mean like, oh, I want to go from insurance into wealth management. Or I want to go from making content to starting a social media marketing agency. Changing the business you're in is just a gigantic risk, and it's extremely likely that you'll just plateau at the exact same spot you currently are with your current skill level. And so if we could just get your current business to make the amount of money you want, would you like it more? And a lot of times the answer to that question is yes. And so let's solve that, right? And so I gave the example earlier about like $1 million, $10 million, $100 million, like there for sure will be limits to how big one specific business, and I typically use these local businesses as the example because anything that's online can pretty much just reach so much more. There's more complexity, there's more skills that you have to learn, but proportionally you also you have the whole internet, you have the whole world, right? But if you build a restaurant, you will not be able to make as much money as if you have a global AI company. You're just not. Right? If you're like, well, I want to be a trillionaire, a restaurant's not going to be the path. And so in that instance, you should probably, if you're like, if I don't do this, I will be really sad and die, then you might as well just not be really sad and die and just be really happy and then die. Right? Now, that being said, there's a really good perspective on this that I'd like to offer for some of you guys, which is that sometimes the reason the business you have can't grow is because you built it wrong. But there's nothing inherently wrong with like the industry that you're in per se. And so we do this little exercise. It's like this pasta exercise. And basically you build a building as fast as you can. I think you get 10 minutes, whatever. And so once you finish building the building, everybody kind of teams up and then they have different level things, right? Different level pasta towers. And so once they build the pasta towers, the next natural question is, okay, if you'd had a full day, would you build it differently? And the answer is usually yes. If you had a full day, do you think you could build a bigger building? The answer is yes. Now, you have your 10-minute tall tower. If I need you to triple it, could you? And the answer is usually no. Because when you build things fast in the beginning, it doesn't mean you built them for scale. And so you have to build things differently. You have to, just like if you want to have a 100-story building, you have to drill down stories to build the foundation, right? So like the deeper the foundation is, the higher the building can go. But if you compare it a 2-story house to a 100-story building, you would get 2 stories above the ground before they even finish the foundation when they're down 5 stories, right, in the big building. But the thing is that in the beginning, this guy out the gate is bragging to the guy who's down in the pit going negative to try and build the foundation for this business, saying like, look how much faster I grew. But then this guy just blows past them. And so it doesn't take into account how much time it takes to build something big. Because the fastest way, and write this down, the fastest way to get to $10 million a year is not the fastest way to get to 100. Like this is why like I hit this wall with Gym Launch at $30 to $40 million a year. Like I didn't build it to get to 100. I just built it to not be poor. Like that was, you know what I mean? Like that, like it was just like, oh, this worked for me, right? But I wasn't like strategic about how I was building it. And if I said, oh, I have to build this thing into a $100 million business, I would have built it differently. But I didn't know that when I started. And so to take the absolute extreme example on this with the building analogy, sorry, with the restaurant analogy I had earlier, restaurants versus AI. The man who owns my building, Mr. Panda, as I refer to him, he owns Panda Express. He owns all 2,600 locations. He owns the real estate and the dirt for many of them. And he's been selling Kung Pao chicken for 45 years. Most people would look at that and said, hey, I own a Chinese, fast casual restaurant. Most people would say, I don't know if that's the best opportunity vehicle. Well, if you do anything long enough, you get pretty good. And he's gotten pretty darn good, one of the best in the world at Kung Pao and General Tso's chicken, right? Little, what's the one? Steak and broccoli, right? Little spicy pineapple. Anyways, I think it's called Sweet Fire. Anyway, they've got some good stuff. But the point is this, is that most of the times you can reach the goals you have if you just expand the timeline. And people wildly underestimate the value of consistently making progress towards a goal by building the correct foundation. That is the point I'm trying to make, is that your business might not have anything flawed except for your timelines and your expectations. Because most of us aren't trying to build the next $1 trillion AI company. Most of us would be okay with a $10 million business or a $100 million business. Most people. And if that is you, then all the things that I'm going to share would apply to you and work for you. You just need to change the expectations around it. You can have arguably the hardest business to scale, a brick and mortar restaurant, and still become a decabillionaire like Mr. Panda. It just took him 45 years. And so how do you do something like this? Like how do you actually take that little restaurant and build it into Mr. Panda, right? So this is an exercise that I do with some of the folks that have come out in person, but I like envisioning it like this. So let's say you've got company A, and then you've got company B, okay? And let's say year one, company A sells 100 customers, okay? But then they lose 100 customers. Year two, they sell 200 customers, and then they lose 200 customers. Okay? This should say year one, but you get the idea. Okay, then year three, we've got 300 customers, and then they lose 300 customers. So if we were to look at this company, we'd be like, oh man, they tripled in that same period of time. Not bad. Now company B, let's say they sell 100 customers year one, but then they lose 0. And then year two, they sell 100 again, but then they lose 0. But they still have the other 100 from year one. So add this together, right? They lose 0. So now they have 200 customers. And then year three, they sell 100 again. We add these together. They lose 0 again. And now they have 300 customers. So both of these businesses have 300 customers sold in revenue that year. But which business would you rather have? Obviously this one, this lower one, the one that doesn't lose customers and has lower sales velocity. They sold a third as many customers as the other one did. Many of you are trying to build your business like this, which is if I just learn how to market better, I'll make more money. And the answer is what I originally said. If you just learn how to market and sell, you can for sure make money. You can for sure feed yourself. You can become independently wealthy. You can. You're just not going to build big stuff. I'm just being real. This took me a long time to learn as somebody who's pretty good at marketing and sales. All right. Instead, we have to ask the question, how do we build something that compounds, right? And one of the key ways of compounding is reputation and not losing customers, right? And so here we have we get 100, lose none. Get 100, lose none, now we have 200. Get 100, lose none, now we have 300. And this company, this 300, both these make the same revenue. This one, not only is it a better business to own because if you didn't sell any customers for the rest of your life, you'd still make money. Great. But the other portion of this is that this one's significantly more profitable. Because I can promise you, to acquire the first 100 customers compared to acquiring 300 customers is going to cost less. But not only that, this business needed to acquire 600 customers over that same 3-year period. So they had to acquire twice as many customers, and that additional cost of customers is just scooped out of the bottom line. And these incremental 300 are just dropping probably disproportionately to the bottom line because the cost of delivery on existing customers is almost always significantly lower. And this one, because they probably do a good job, probably has a decent amount of these 100 that are probably word of mouth or free. And so maybe their cost to acquire might be only 50 of these 100 or 25 of these 100. And so now we're comparing 300 customers that have to get paid to acquire versus maybe 25, a tenth, and all of that extra drops straight to the bottom line. This is how you can really build a compounding vehicle. This is how, when Mr. Panda gets interviewed on the rare interviews he does, he says, your customers absolutely love your product. And if they do, then they will come back and buy again. So we covered more, we covered metrics, we covered market, we covered model. All right, why can't we do more? Because I don't have the numbers, because my market's too small, because I'm not sure if it's worth it. Okay, now we get into the tactical shit. We can't market more because we don't have the money, right? We can't afford to. All right, fair enough. So let me actually write these. Actually, I brought this over here so that we could keep track of it. So we've got more. We've got metrics. Now this one's got 4 kind of like sub portions here, so I'm gonna make this look. Hopefully it'll make sense. Okay. All right. Is it because leads cost too much? In which case we need better advertising. But how do you know it's that leads cost too much or that you don't make enough from them? We'll get to that in a second. But when I'm asking the questions of like trying to deconstrain the business, I'm running through this. I'm like, why can't you do more? I don't have my metrics. Go do that. Call me later. Okay, my market's too small. Is it really too small? Is it actually too small? Oh, you just need to reframe? Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Great, your model, well, have you expanded your time horizon? Is there another version of the business that looks like yours that is 20 times as big? Yes. Okay, then it's your mindset. It's not the model. Great. Okay, now we're into the money stuff. So is it because your leads cost too much or you don't make enough from them? If the leads cost too much, you need better advertising, right? Or do you close too few of them, which would mean that you need better sales, Or do you not make enough per customer, which means you increase lifetime gross profit? Or you make enough, but you make it too slowly. That's a cash flow issue. So you'll also notice, hopefully, that these correspond to leads, the lead systems, right? Maybe you guys can point over here. Ads, hooks, branding, marketing machine. All of this is to help with people who need better advertising. You need cheaper leads. If you're like, it's a sales issue. It's like, okay, we need to nurture better, we need to close better, we need to add more proof into our process. If it's delivery, then it's like, okay, that means we have to increase lifetime gross profit per person, right? Which is why we have these playbooks. If it's, I need to accelerate profit or cash flow in the business, then we have the profit playbooks, okay? So the question now comes down to, and to be fair, for everybody who's watching this, I bet you 80% of you are in this bucket. But I have to still cover these, actually, probably 30% of you, maybe 30-ish percent are probably here, probably got like 10 to 15-ish here, and then this is probably the rest, or many of the rest of you. There's still one more after this, but I made all those numbers up, but that's a rough estimation. Okay. So the way to know is that you start with CAC. All right, so CAC, cost to acquire a customer. Is it around the industry average? And so I'll give you an observation that I had from Alan, which is our software company, across different agencies. And so 2 interesting tidbits. One is that the cost to acquire customers between different agencies with different methods, honestly, typically pretty similar, right? I mean, maybe within 1 or 2x of each other, but like not a 10x difference, right? Unless you have a brand. But for anybody who just had didn't have a brand, it was just generically acquire customers via outreach or via paid ads or something like that. Their cost to acquire a customer was not that different. And it was cool for me to see, and I was like, wow, it was actually a big relief breaker, so I'll hopefully try and translate that to you. So how far off industry average are we? Because the difference between the agencies that were doing 20x another agency was typically never their CAC. It was typically other stuff, meaning they kept their customers longer. Their lifetime value stacked. They had a better model so people didn't churn out. All right. And so if CAC is industry average, so we start there, start with CAC, and you can't afford leads. So if you're average and you can't afford leads, you have an LTV problem, right? So if it costs you the same amount as everybody else, but you can't afford to do it, it's because they make more money than you, so they can bid you out of the marketplace. So if CAC average and you're not making money, your LTV is too low. Hopefully this answers the question for some of you guys. That might be your issue. I'm going to give you tacticals on how to solve it in a second, but that's how it works. Okay. So you don't make enough on customers. We'll solve this in a second, but I want you to at least know which constraint you're dealing with. Now, if CAC is average and profit is good, but you can't spend more because of cash flow, meaning this is super common in home services where it's like, oh, we get paid on net 90. So it's like our profit is good. It's just that we have to wait for the cash to come in. So we're cash flow constrained, even though we have profit as a business. All right, we get paid net 90, or we get $100 a month for years, but it costs us $1,000 to get a customer. That's a cash flow constraint. This is super common with software companies too, right? So you make a profit, but it's too slow. So the solutions are, we need to accelerate cash flow, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. All right, I just want to make sure that we're picking the right problem. So the next is CAC is too high. So if CAC is too high, it's one of 2 different problems because they're multiplicative. All right, so it's either your leads cost too much, or your sales sucks, or both. So if CAC is too high, it costs you too much to get customers, either your advertising blows or you suck at sales, or both. Okay? So improvements to either of those, because they're multiplicative, could solve the problem. But we want to work on the one with the weakest link, aka the biggest bang for the buck. And so let's say we're looking at this. Let's say you're closing 25% of sales, 25% of conversations, you've got a very low opt-in rate. Well, likely the opt-in rate would be the constraint, which would mean leads are costing too much. So we can fix that one with better advertising, conversion optimization, et cetera. Now let's say that our sales, you're closing 5% of people you get on the phone with. Well, then you probably have a sales issue, not necessarily a leads issue. And so then you're closing too few. So you would be this one, number 2. And so I walk through these so that you can get Is it a leads issue? Is it a sales issue? Is it an LTV issue? Or is it a cash flow or profit issue? And so this is where pattern matching transparently becomes valuable, because like this is the difference between me like just saying this one-to-many to you guys versus me being on the phone, or me talking to you in person, or answering the question in the scale advisory group. Is that like that's where pattern matching is important. Like I could be like, well, I know plumbing should never cost more than this, so you're missing all of it here, right? Like I can just tell that quickly. But this at least should give you the decision-making variables of how to think through it. All right. Now, if you're like, okay, Alex, well, I understand where my specific constraint is, then we have these 4 potentialities: lead, sales, profit, cash flow. Okay. And by profit, it's LTV, but I named it profit for this because you're not making enough per customer. Let's actually solve them. Okay. So let's say that we have CAC is too high because our sales are fine, but leads is the constraint, right? So you close sales, but you can't get enough leads. So how do we solve this? So you need better ads. And remember the multiple paths up the mountain. This is an exact example of multiple paths up the mountain, what I'm about to go through. Let's see if I can find my multiple paths up the mountain. I think this is it. Well, that was my Everest one. There's still multiple paths, though. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. Okay. This is exactly it, right? So leads is what we need to solve. And so we can have better ads, right, which we would do with the Go to Ads playbook. Or for those of you who picked up the ads handbook, you can have that too, right? Hooks would also improve this as well. You can make better content using hooks and branding. You could do that too. That would cheapen the amount of leads you get. If you're currently not making content and you started making content, you'd get cheaper leads, especially if you're already running ads. Better messaging. So this would be the branding, like what is contained inside of the advertising? What are the associations and the pairings that you want to make? You could improve the offer, which is the entire premise of the offers book, right? You could add in a money model mechanism. You could take your existing offer and then make it a giveaway. You could make it a win your money back. You could make it a decoy offer. You could make it a pay less now or pay more later offer, right? You could make any of those with your existing thing and you would get more leads. And this one's a bit of a strategy, one that's kind of between sales and LTV. It's a little bit more strategic, which is like maybe you don't have enough leads because you're going after the wrong people. And if you were clearer on the avatar that you're going for, you would increase the quality of your leads, and then by extension, you end up making more. So let me tell you guys actually a fun little fact. So at this launch that just happened, we had different campaign objectives for ads. So it'd be like, this is a campaign that's optimized for leads. This is a campaign that's optimized for return on ad spend, meaning it's going to optimize for people who are going to pre-order the book. Okay? Really interesting. So our cost per lead on our ROAS-driven campaigns, basically the ones that are optimizing to get more book buyers, the cost per lead was like 2 or 3 times higher than the campaigns that were optimized for leads. That kind of makes sense. Okay, well, this was optimized to get the most leads. This was optimized to get the most sales. But when you get sales, you also get leads. But the lead cost on those leads was like 3 times higher. But here's where it gets really interesting. The actual return on our ROAS-driven campaigns, even though the leads cost 3 times higher or more for those campaigns, we still had 4 times the return from that campaign compared to the lead generating campaign. And so the reason I bring this up is because sometimes you have this option where it's like, well, I've got my existing customer base that I can get, it costs me $100 to get a customer, and I make $500 from the customer. Or there's an avatar that costs you $500 to get that you make $10,000 from. 5 times more expensive, right? From here to here, 5 times the price. But this is a 20x and this is a 5x. So you have a 4x difference in relative return. And so sometime the most valuable thing you can do is just decide to not sell to a specific customer base and then go up market to better avatars. So I have a great chapter in Lost Chapters, Your First Avatar, which is really good, that covers this, and also the entire Lifetime Value Playbook. So those are the ways up the mountain. Now, if I'm talking to you and you're like, well, which one should I do? We do the one that we believe we have the highest likelihood of succeeding with given our existing resources and skills. So if we're looking back at this list, if you're somebody who's run ads before but never made content, then I'd probably say like, let's just stick with ads. If you're really good at content, I wouldn't be like, oh, let's necessarily do ads as our first bet. Can we make more or better content in order to do it? Offers. Now, the existing thing there, I'd be like, okay, well, is there a way that we don't have to change your services, but just recombine it in a way that makes it more appetizing? That's where the money models come in and the mechanisms that just make whatever you're currently doing just better and more sexy. Okay. So that's if leads cost too much. We solve that. Great. So now we have lead flow coming in. And so you deal with the issue of, well, I've got all this junk, right? I got all these leads coming in, but we can't close them, right? And so the ways that we think through solving this is like, number one, better conversion optimization on the page. So look at the page flows, look at the headlines, look at the subheadlines, the lead magnet itself. If you don't have a lead magnet, sometimes that, like, I would say probably 10% of the time I go do a page takedown or teardown, and I find out that their entire page says request invoice or request a quote or just like book a strategy call. Typically not a very compelling thing, right? It'll increase the lead quality, but you're missing out on a lot of sales by not making the thing beforehand better, right? Like, why do I have the scaling roadmap? Because it's a much broader lead magnet. People who are interested in scaling their business are probably going to get a scaling roadmap. If you're interested in getting a scaling roadmap, you're likely to want to come to a scaling workshop, right? And then we can also grade them based on the level that they select for the scaling roadmap. So it also qualifies leads for me, right? Now, the next thing we can do is we can improve the sales process. So obviously we have lead nurture here. We have proof, which you can basically embed throughout the process. And you can build a VSL. So some of you are like, what's a VSL? So a VSL is something that so many of you probably need to install inside of your businesses. If I have time later today, maybe I'll go over it. But, shit, should I do it now? All right, I'm going to give you the 80-20 of this. All right, so before you have a sales call, any call you have, there should always be a video that precedes it. If you have a 2-call close, there'd be 2 videos. If you have a 3-call close, there'd be 3 videos. All right, this is what a VSL does. The function of a VSL is to take all of the stuff that your sales team would repeat over and over again on a call and then just preload that with the customer so that when you talk to the customer, they already have all that information. And then what the salesperson's doing is actually just making sure that they can make the decision. They're helping personalize it to get them to close. All right, so let's do it over here. Let's do it over here. Okay. Your wish is my command. All right. So you go proof, promise. This is not in order. Sorry. Pain, plan, picture. Okay, so we have our 5 Ps. Now you're like, that's really similar to what a YouTube video is. Yup. That's because that's what gets attention and gets people to stay. So, hey, I can help you get appointments using LinkedIn. If you're tired of having people who are low quality and having them not show up and having to come up with new creative and be the face of your brand, I can help you out. And here's proof of 10 other companies that are just like yours that I've helped do it. And so this is the 1, 2, 3-step process I'm going to walk you through in this video, and I give you a nice visual that tells you where you're at. So that's how I would intro this thing, right? And so then for each of these, we're basically just going to have a belief-breaking framework. So it's going to be like their FAQ, number 1. So consider this as like the biggest objections, right? You're going to have number 1, number 2, number 3, whatever, number 4. You can even go up to number 5, right? Whatever. I don't usually go over 5. Try to stick to 3 to 5 in terms of my things, right? And so for each of these, we want to say what they think, why it's wrong, what's right, proof. So a lot of people don't want to travel to Vegas, but actually traveling to Vegas is an awesome thing because when you get in the sky, you actually get some perspective literally physically on the business. And you need to have that time and that separation in order to understand, like, let the dust settle in your mind, and so you can get really strategic about what you're going to implement. So that's me saying what's wrong and what's right in one line. And here's proof. Here's John, Mary, and Jacob, who all said that actually getting space away from their business was good because they got away from the chaos. They literally got physical space. They could take their notes. They could come with intention. They could leave with intention. It ended up being one of the most valuable things they did, and they loved the city. Great. And they got a memory for it that if they had just gotten the memory, it would have been worth it on its own. So we take something that they thought was going to be, I don't want to travel, and turn it into, actually, this is a really good thing. And so we just go through each of the things that we would have, and then those are going to be the things that most people object to. Why don't I want to buy, right? And then we're going to have our CTA that has some sort of the offer installed. Now, sometimes you can embed the offer into each of these pieces, like each component of the offer can overcome one of the obstacles. That works too. But you have your CTA offer and say, hey, go book a call, go take the next action, whatever. Now, if you have like an in-person meeting, if you're for those you're in person, which is like, I think like 30% of you guys, you can just send this before they actually meet with the salesperson in person, and you can tell inside of the video, give a keyword that's like, say what color shirt you want, say what size shirt you want, say, tell me the dynamics of your deck, tell me how many years old the business is, or your house is, whatever, right? And the reason you have them send that back is that way you actually know they watched the video, right? Now, if you're in that kind of lead nurture setting, let me give you the scripting for this. You would say something like, hey, I'd like to send this video so that it has all the graphs and the charts and the stats, and honestly, it's way better than us trying to just like do it offhand. Would you rather watch that with us or on your own? Now, no one's like, I don't want to watch this with you, right? They're like, I'll watch it on my own. So then they told you they want to watch it on their own, which is what you want them to do too. But now that way you set the precedent so that if they don't watch it, you'd be like, oh, I didn't get your text. You want to go pop it up, and I'll be right back, and I'll grab a cup of coffee, whatever, and then we can rock and roll. That way you have full context on this so that you have the visuals and things like that that I could probably not do with my hands, right? Whatever. So you have your CTA and offer, and then we just do a proof roll, which is basically I just have proof going for the rest of it of just people or experiences who've gone through whatever the thing is. This is your quick and dirty VSL, 5 to 7 minutes. Just hit it 1, 2, 3, 4. Super, super simple, okay? So this is a VSL framework, and the thing is that you want this to be between every conversation. And if the sale is moving along, then they might have different objections at different stages in the conversation, and you make the VSL to do that. And if you're like, wait a second, but that means that sometimes I might have someone watch 2 VSLs that are just different but still sell the same thing. Yes, totally fine. Selling someone more does not decrease the likelihood that they buy. Okay? So that was a little segue, a little side quest, but hopefully you guys are good with it. So hopefully you guys are happy with that. Okay, so this is because we're trying to solve the, I've got leads, but we're not closing as many. Right? So we do CRO on the page, great. We have a better sales process, great. Now we do better sales training. So it's like, can we train the guys or the gals to say the words they need to say in the right way? The HQ handbook, the closer handbook, for those of you guys picked it up, also great. Obviously, is our training and our cadence and our onboarding, all that stuff inside of it. Better reputation. So maybe people aren't closing because they see online that you got terrible reviews, right? So this is where some of this stuff comes a little full circle, where you can do whatever you want from marketing side branding, but you also have the product, right? Like, are we retaining customers? Are we picking the right customers, which is what I started today with. Like, if you're getting people who can't speak English and you're trying to teach them Spanish and they can't speak English, probably not going to be successful, right? And maybe you have an amazing Spanish program, but if they can't speak English, you're selling the wrong people. And it is your fault because you're taking the money. So you want to make sure that you actually install prerequisites. Like, what is actually required to be successful? And for everyone here, strongly encourage you to at least set some requisites. Like, if you want to come to one of the workshops here, you have to be making, I think it's $500,000 a year, right? Like, that's the bar, right? It's just because it's gonna be more valuable. It's better. Like, the leads sort automatically. Like, you can't even get on the calendar otherwise, right? It's just because, like, if somebody's at $100,000 a year, there's nothing wrong with that. They just need more tactics, right? And we obviously have these tactics. But most people who are like at 500, they're like, how do I get to, and that's the minimum, right? The average, I think, is like between 1 and 4 million, depending on the workshop. But anyways, just to give you guys an idea. Okay, so the next thing is better lead quality. So I just touched on this, but you might have the issue where you're like, we have so many leads with so much junk, right? So we have to add friction to the process, right? Also, the ads themselves, you might be not calling out the right people, right? If I'm giving away, I'll give you an extreme example. If I give away a free vacation for my IT services, that's probably not a good lead magnet. That's probably not a good mechanism, because I'm going to get everybody who wants to go on a free vacation, not people who want IT services. Now, if the big giveaway that I'm giving is like IT services that are fully managed for a year, that's probably going to be a way better clientele base than me trying to get people who want a vacation. Now, I'm going to get way cheaper leads, but I'm not going to make more, right? And so introducing friction in the funnel, adding a VSL, adding proof, making sure the ads call out the correct avatar, that's this higher quality avatar, And then if you want, you can add in bands. And some of you guys don't know what bands is, so I'll tell you what that is right now. Budget, authority, need, timing. Do you got the money to spend, the ability to say yes? Do you need the thing right now? Or do you need the thing and is now the right time? And so when you ask, like these are the 4 things you need to ask a prospect if you have any kind of application process for whatever service you sell. This is what you want to ask. And this is me kind of like opening up the kimono for you. I have just been in charge of creating sales processes for everything from, from so many different things, from teeth whitening to marketing agencies to plumbing to whatever, right? I so rarely, I can't actually recall a time where I made less money by adding friction. And what's interesting about it is it's the thing that people are afraid to do. People are afraid to raise prices. People are afraid to narrow their avatar. People are afraid to add friction to a sales process. But almost always, when you focus on quality, because no one else will do it, is where the alpha is. It's where the arbitrage exists. And so I would encourage you to be bold here and be willing to do things that other people don't do so you can get things other people don't get. Like most business owners are mediocre at best. Well, most business owners are mediocre, I'll also say that. Most business owners are average. And average people don't venture off. They don't take bets, right? And so be willing to do the thing that's going to increase your lead cost. Do the thing that's gonna give you a $500 lead that's worth $10,000 rather than a $100 lead that's worth $500. Like you will spend more, and you could make more as a result. And oftentimes for me, I have found that to be true, more times than not, by a lot. So these are the things these are the playbooks that we use that we implement to fix sales-related issues when you can't afford leads. Okay. Additionally, you can do payment options if you don't have that. So payment plan downsells is a great way. If you don't already have payment plans installed, I would just install that system straight up, which is inside of the Money Models book. Okay, so you're closing too few of them. All right, so we've got enough leads, and they're the right price, and we're closing enough of them, but we can't do more because if we do that, we're still not making enough per customer. So that's a back-end issue. So you can increase the price, or implement a price raise. What's difficult about me saying this to you is that some of you require me to literally say it to you on the phone and walk through this logic tree with you. But I can't physically do that. And so this is me trying to say it. If you walk through this logic tree and you're like, well, this is where I'm at, then this is what you need to do, right? Alternatively, you could decrease your costs. How can we spend less to deliver on customers? And I'll get you a couple more taxes in this in the latter half, okay? Can we increase frequency? Can we get them to buy more often? Can we get them to buy again at the most basic level? Can we ascend, like upsells and cross-sells? So I'll give you guys a little tactic around this. You guys wanted tactical, so hopefully, I know the first part started with clouds. Hopefully you guys are good with the dirt, the tactics of what makes this work. Okay, so if let's say a customer relationship starts here, and this is kind of like your duration. You sell, a 12-week thing, whatever. Okay, so the first time, there are different specific areas that you can do ascensions where you sell someone more stuff, right? One of them is just immediately. The next one I usually like is 24 to 48 hours. They kind of realize that they now need something immediately. I also have milestone. We have halfway. And then last chance. Let me give you a very important note. We've got 4 opportunities to upsell in the first half here. 4, okay? And then 1 at the end. And so right now, if you're somebody who waits till here, which many of you are, you're usually losing out 2 to 3x on your sales. So if you're industry average on this is you'll get between 10 and 30% of what you could get if you only upsell here. Crazy. And so if you're like, man, I'm not getting people to get into my continuity, I'm not getting people to take my ascensions, it's because you're doing it at the wrong time. You got to offer it earlier. Hopefully that was cool for you guys. Okay. So that's how we solve, I've got the leads, I'm making the sales, but I'm not making enough money per customer. Those are the solutions. So then finally you're like, okay, I've got all that stuff. I'm making profit, but I'm not making the profit fast enough. This is cash flow problems. So this is all dirt, super tactical. Number one is you can push out vendor terms, especially if you're a bigger business. You can say, hey, the status quo here is that we pay everything net 30, meaning you deliver services and then we pay you at the end of the month. That's how we do things, right? Also tends to work better once you've already gotten relationships with businesses. They're typically not willing to lose you as a customer. But when you do that to all vendors, you literally accelerate your cash flow in the entire business by 30 days. Number one. Number two, payment terms. So I'll give you 3 or 4 different tactics here. So number one is that instead of starting with like a month to month or some sort of, for those who have recurring stuff, and typically people who have cash flow issues tend to be recurring or more long-term in nature versus one-time transactions, so this applies to you. Instead of having month to month be the core offer, just shift it so that the primary offer is quarterly. And annual gets a discount and month to month is more expensive. That's just that one shift can accelerate cash flow because they're getting paid 3 months at a time instead of 1 month at a time. That's one. Another tactic is that you can always present high to low. So whenever I present stuff, I prefer to say like what the total price is with interest, with whatever, and then say, hey, want to save money? Yes, save money by prepaying more of it. So if I have like a year of service, I'm going to sell the month-to-month price with installments and interest as the price. I want to anchor there. And then say, hey, want to save some money? Cool, prepay for less. And then we can start doing step downs. And then third is layaway. So I think this is still one of those wildly underrated methods. I don't know why people don't do it. Like I still have no idea why people don't do it. But layaway rocks. Layaway is you can start paying now, and when you're finished paying, or when you pay half of what you need to pay, we'll start working. That's it. It's so simple, right? Like that's all it is. You pay and then you get, rather than getting or giving and then getting paid. Like where you get paid relative to how you deliver service dictates the leverage you have in the relationship. So imagine where you go to a surgeon and they go perform surgery on you, and then you're like, okay, I'll pay you after the surgery. It doesn't work that way, right? Now, it does work that way for the insurance companies to pay the doctors because they have leverage over the doctors. But if you're paying a doctor, you pay the doctor first because they have leverage over you. It's like a food chain. It's the money chain. All right, and so if you want to go up the money chain, you got to act like a up the money chain business, right? Another one is prepay incentives. So I think a lot of you guys are missing out on this. How do you incentivize people? One, give them more good stuff, take away bad stuff. So sometimes it's like, we really need to accelerate cash flow. And then I ask the next question, like, well, what's the prepay incentive? They're like, well, I don't have one. It's like, well, duh. There's no incentive to prepay. So why would we be surprised that they're not doing it, right? So we have to incentivize the prepay if we want to accelerate cash flow. This is just a specific pull-out guarantee with prepay. I think this is in the Money Models feature downsell section. This is one of the first, like, super, super strong prepayment that you can, structure that you can offer. So if you offer a guarantee, not all of you do, but if you do offer a guarantee, you can say, I'll give you the guarantee if you prepay. And if they don't prepay, you remove the guarantee. Very compelling, super compelling. So I recommend, like, really, really strong. If you're like, how do I accelerate it? Pop that in. Upfront fees, obviously this is where setup, onboarding, one-time fees, all that kind of stuff, you can just load it up. And if you're like, do I need a reason to have a one-time fee? You just need permission. You have the world's permission to do it. It's your business, you can make up your own rules. Also, if you can get third-party buy now, pay later, BNPLs. So I had a firm at our event. And so like you'll get about a 35% increase. So that's based on a firm stats. That's not what we got because we have a more affluent customer. But a typical business will get like a 35% boost in sales from implementing some sort of BNPL. And then this is the last. So I kind of did these in order of complexity. AR financing. So I think Trent, who's in the Scale Advisory, I called you on Hormozy Hotline, and you're in a business, like if you're in a construction business, you're in a business that's very well understood by a bank, like a normal business, if you will, where you have like clear outflows and the reliability of payment, like the likelihood that someone pays you is super high. then there's a whole divisions of banks that do AR financing, which is accounts receivable financing. And so I'll tell you a story about this. So there's a company that I was looking at investing in that was stuck at like, I want to say like $2 or $3 million a year, and they had a bunch of debt and they were really struggling. And I reached back out to the founder like 18 months later, so a few months ago. And I said, hey man, how's business? And he was like, dude, we're killing it. We're doing $5 million a month. So mind you, this is like 18 months, goes from like $2 or $3 million a year to $5 million a month. Crazy. And I was like, well, what was the unlock? He's like, honestly, we got one of our vendors to give us net 90 terms. That was it. It's which works exactly the same as AR financing, just done from a vendor rather than a bank. But both of those are things that you can negotiate. And so I want to show you the different pieces on the board. If you're like, man, we got leads, we got sales, we got profit. We just need to pull the cash flow for it. If we had the cash flow, we could scale. It's like, well, here's 7 different ways you can do it. Or 9. The second point had 3 points, so more. All right, so finally, you got the cash flow. You make enough, but too slowly. We solved that. Okay, so if money was the issue, right, why can't you do more? If you can, do it. You can't do more because you don't have your numbers. Well, now go get your numbers. If you got your numbers, then it's like, okay, my market's too small. No, it's not. Okay, it's my model's the issue. It's not worth it, the timeline, my expectations. No, it is. I just need to be more patient. Okay, cool. Money, it's like, okay, leads are too expensive. Sales aren't happening enough. I don't have profit. I'm not making enough per customer, or cash flow is my problem. Okay, just solved all those. And so then finally, that leaves us with manpower, okay? So was that cool for part 2? I knew that one was like a little heavier. I just don't want people to think, I want to make sure that you guys feel like I'm delivering on the value promised. I want you to be very clear on your constraints. And yeah, shout out to Meg, for crushing it. I think time for a fresh nicotine. Feels like it's that time, doesn't it? Feels like it's that time. No, I appreciate you guys. Good. Yeah, I know I was talking fast, but I want to just cram a lot in. We got a lot to cover, and I want you guys to get what you want. All right. So, part 3, supply-based constraints. So everything up to this point is like, how do we get more leads in the door? How do we? Let me find my big black box. BBB, my BBB. There's my big BB. All right, here we go. So everything up to this point has been this. How do we jam more in the front end? Now, sometimes you got to work on this stuff, which is what some of these mama jambas are. But some of the other parts in that black box are going to be supply-based constraints, okay? So, just from observing a lot of different businesses, where do supply constraints hit the hardest? So, high volume, low wage roles, so think like staffing, social workers, like, I want to say therapists, but just like people who talk to elderly, care providers, like that kind of stuff. Happens a lot in healthcare. That's where, supply-based constraints, talent-based constraints, people-based constraints hit hard. Another kind of category is trades. So HVAC, plumbers, electricians, specific types of, niche, welders, whatever. Like a lot of trades have this issue where they have supply constraints. They got the business, they can't service it. I got a buddy of mine who's in the machine business. He just builds machines, kind of cool. He just takes roles at like factories and manufacturing, and he just automates the whole thing with big machines. But that's a super specialized skill set. Like I had dinner with him the other day, and he's like, I had to turn down $13 million in projects because I just don't have the people. And I was like, I'm sorry. And then we talked through the framework I'm about to show you. Another one is high-end services, high-end white-collar services. So, I'm in a business that has this, like high-end consulting, which is what we do. Accounting, legal, investing, like these are super, super hard to find, very skilled people, right? So these are industries, so if this is you, you'll probably be nodding your head up and down. And if you're not, you will come up against this constraint. This is just more commonly in the industries that have it, okay? So this leads us to question 10. Now, some of you guys might have noticed that the dots across the top did not fill in, and that's just because I forgot to, and I just realized that. but we're making progress, all right? And so we answer the question, why can't we do more? It's because you can't handle the volume, which is most of the time manpower, sometimes structural, and I'll cover that right now. So here's some of the flavors of manpower constraints. It's really hard to find talent. I don't know how to do it. Talent wants more than I can afford, like they want more money. You don't have the money or the time to find the talent, which is sometimes a little bit different. Talent doesn't solve my problem, which I'll explain that one actually first, and then I'll do the rest. Okay, so this is what this looks like. These are like symptoms of manpower or supply constraints. So wait lists for services. Maybe you're working 70 plus hours a week personally in the business, and you can't get any relief. You're turning away qualified customers, like the machine shop I was just talking about. This one's super big. Quality declining due to volume. So this happens a ton in like marketing agencies and stuff. It's like they'll just like they'll get really good at selling, and then they just like hire bodies on the back end, and then all of a sudden people churn out the back because the quality suffers because they don't have good enough people, right? So what appears to be we can't spend more to get customers. Actually, we're not making enough money from customers, which is actually a manpower issue, right? And so this is why I'm saying like it's not like the big obvious problems most people identify. It's the second and third and fourth order problems that people kind of get lost in, which is why I'm trying to walk as many of these examples out as we do this live. Okay. The last one is your staff is fully utilized, but you still can't keep up. All right, so let me explain what that one is. And so this is like a huge epiphany I had that I want to share with you. And I've never seen anyone else talk about this, so I feel very confident in saying like, nothing. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Who cares? I'll die. No one. People are like, he had slideshows. Anyways, so since manpower means employees, it just means a different type of customer becomes the target. So if you are supply constrained, it means you're just demand constrained for employees. Think about what that shift means. You're either demand constrained for customers or demand constrained for employees. And so every business is demand constrained in one way or another. And so getting you to see this is basically the entire point of this section. But I really want to drive this home, okay? So instead of LTV to CAC ratios, you need to learn something that I call LTGPPE to CAT ratios, which is lifetime gross profit per employee to cost of acquiring talent. Some of you guys know what your ROAS is, your LTV to CAC ratio is, which you should if you watch any of my stuff for the love of God. Please know what those numbers are. But a leveled up version of this is, what does it cost me to get talent, and what do I make on that talent? So let me tell you a little story. So mentor, old guy, had an insurance company, sold it for $1 zillion, doesn't matter. And he told me that he'd been stuck at like $10 million a year for like many years. And he said, you want to know what broke me out of it? And I was like, well, yeah, obviously, I want to know. And he said, so what happened was, I used to have this, because he had this, it was insurance, so he has a bunch of agents, right, that work selling insurance products. And so he said, so what I did was, we used to have this referral bonus. So agents could get $500 if they referred another agent. That makes sense, that's cool. But it wasn't really driving anything. And some of you guys have the same thing. You probably give some sort of bonus for, or hopefully you give some sort of bonus if someone on your team refers you somebody else. By the way, so much more valuable than getting a customer referral. So he did the math, and I think I showed in the next slide. Do I show it in the next slide? Let's see here. Do I show it here? Yeah. So he figured out that he said, I make $250,000 a year in gross profit per, not technician, but per insurance agent, right? And so that was per activated insurance agent. And so he was like, I was trying to get people incentivized to send me agents for $500. And so then he took his $500 commission and made it $25,000 and said, if you bring me an agent, I'll give you $25,000. And guess what happened? It worked. And he sold his company for hundreds of zillions of dollars many years later because he was able to compound his supply base. And so taking that into account, I had a conversation with my team, and I was like, hey man, we need more media people, right? And so the fastest and easiest thing I did was like, well, how much do we make on a media person? Okay, well, am I willing to pay 1/10 of that in order to go get them? And it's like, well, yeah. Well, if we think about it from like a stock market perspective, like, would I be willing to get a 10x return on money? Of course. Yeah, I'm in. So we just have to think about the talent as a return that we're going to get on. But the caveat is, You just have to put milestones. And so I would say it's not go refer me a friend and I'll just give you 25 grand. It's I'll give you 25 grand at month 6 once they're activated. And what's cool about that is that at that point, you actually get both people who are invested in being successful. So now you've got this person who's taking a lot of interest, the person who referred, the referrer, rather than the referee, right? The referrer takes a lot of interest in the referee getting onboarded, and they kind of provide that additional training, additional context, and they increase the likelihood of success. So not only do you get this amazing return, you also get that person integrated better, they get trained better, and so it's just a win overall. And so this is a huge place of returns that I think is wildly underlooked. And if you are a supply-constrained business, this is where your capital should be going. So this is a huge point that, again, I think it's like 75% of y'all are service businesses to some degree. And that's normal because that's just what it is, at least in the US economy. Service businesses they're a double-edged sword. So they're really easy to start, more difficult to scale. And they require almost no capital to start, and they tend to produce decent amounts of cash flow. If you are decent at business and the economics and you follow the stuff that we talk about, you should produce a lot of cash flow in a service business. Now, the question is, how do you reinvest in a service business, right? Like in an e-commerce business, physical products business, you have inventory, really clear, right? You have raw materials, really clear. If you're in a technology business, it's like, okay, we got to go reinvest by hiring more developers, et cetera, right? So what do you do in a service business to reinvest? Two things, brand and talent. Which means, what are the associations we're going to make today? How are we going to pair our business with aspirational outcomes that our avatar finds meaningful? Brand. And how are we going to spend money on training our existing talent and recruiting new talent so we can get the highest returns possible on our core asset? Because if you're a service business, you fundamentally sell people at a profit. It's what it is, right? You sell labor and you have a markup. That's service. And so what we want to do is have more of those nodes, and we want those nodes to be able to expand what you can charge for them. And you can expand what you can charge for them by having more skilled talent. That's the idea. And the biggest arbitrage comes from being able to take low-skilled talent, train them well, continue to pay them at old talent numbers, and then because of the training, capture the arbitrage in value. That is how you reinvest in a service-based business. So if you're like, what do I do with this extra money at the end of the year? Well, if you don't want to pay taxes on some of it, you can choose to reinvest in the business by doing this. And so the moral of this is that maybe you can't afford not to get better talent for your business. And that's what you need to focus on. That's your demand constraint. And so this just took me a very long time to piece together, which is that manpower means every business is demand constrained. All right, now let me just show you how crazy this is and how deep this goes, okay? So we have our external ways of advertising, right? You got the core four, you got lead getters on the left, right? You got warm outreach, cold outreach, post free content, run paid ads. You got customer referrals, affiliates, employees, agencies. All that stuff you guys should already know, that's inside the leads book. Then you have your internal version of these, which is you ask your network, you do cold outreach, you post to your network, you promote job postings, right? You get employee referrals. You go to community owners who have like HR professionals or SDRs or sales professionals, right? You have an in-house recruiter, or you go to out-of-house headhunters and staffing firms. It's the same concept, just different names, all right? Because you're either demand constrained for customers or you're demand constrained for talent, and the good news is you solve both with advertising. And better yet, the processes are literally parallel, all right? We're talking dirt here, we're getting tactical, all right? So you should all be familiar with this, which is a marketing customer acquisition funnel. You've got some sort of lead generation, you've got some sort of lead nurture, you've got some sort of sales, you've got some sort of onboarding, and you got some sort of retention and ascension, right? Try to keep them to buy again or to buy more expensive stuff, right? All this should make sense. Next, you have your application generation. Think about the words change here. Lead gen, application generation. You've got applicant nurture, so different than lead nurture. You've got interviews, not sales. You've got onboarding, wait, that's the same word. You've got retention and ascension, wait, those are the same words. It's the same thing because you have people going through the process on either side. This took me a very long time to figure out. And what's crazy is that if you can do one of these well, you can do both of them well. So if you have a way of getting customers, you also already have the skills to get the talent you need if you are supply constrained. So like before, we started with the Mosey 6, right? You got more. Why can't we do more? And then we got metrics, market, model, money, and manpower. All we do is we take manpower, put it at the front of this thing, and we just run it through again, okay? So it's this exact same path. So why can't we do more warm outreach, which is how you currently were getting, people? Can we do more? Why can't we do more cold outreach, aka recruiting? Why can't we do more posting content? Can we post more on job postings? Can we post more places or spend more on it, right? Which is then promoting those job postings, right? Which is the paid ads version for recruiting. Can we get more employee referrals? Can we get more affiliates, aka associations, guilds, listservs, community owners? Right? Can we get agencies, aka recruiters and staffing firms? Can we get employees, aka this one's unchanged, right? Your team would do this for you, right? And so all 8 of these, can we do more of this before we do anything else? If so, let's do that. If not, we go down the metrics again, which is, okay, we can't do more because we don't know our numbers, or people aren't the limiting metrics. So I'll give you an example of the second part. So there was a restaurant that we looked at that had 2-hour wait times. We did a Cash Cows episode with them. And so they literally had limited their 4 walls. So what do? They're supply constrained. Well, you can expand your seating. You can optimize your operations turntables faster. You can change your hours, expand your hours, or you can do a combination of that where you just raise prices during peaks, right? And so pricing is going to be a big lever that you can pull if you're supply constrained. If you have more business you can handle, raise price. Very simple. And I'll talk about kind of like solution stacks in a second, but this is an example of either you don't know your numbers or people aren't the limiting metric. Then do this. Change the other variables. Change the walls. The next one's market. Same as before, right? Because there's not enough people in Kentucky, where I live, that are, grade 3 welders. I don't know. Is there a way that they can do this job remotely? Is it impossible to get these people, or is it expensive? Or can we add an incentive, like a moving bonus? Right, so we had a roofing company owner that was talking. He was expanding new locations, and he couldn't get a manager for the new location. And he was like, "Man, it's really hard to find people out there." And I was like, "Well, do you have like multiple managers in your current staff?" He said, "Yeah, but they don't want to move." I was like, "Well, they move for 20 grand." He was like, "I never really thought of that." And I was like, "Well, how much are you going to make on the location?" He was like, "Well, we probably make 500 grand a year in profit." And I was like, "So do you think 20 grand's worth it?" He's like, "Yeah, I guess so." Is it impossible or is it expensive? Right? I'll give you a different one. So this was a Cash Cows episode, not Cash Cows, excuse me, a Hormozy Hotline I did a month or 2 ago. So there's a martial arts guy who's got 3 martial arts gyms, and he says, "Hey, it's really hard to find salespeople with black belts." And so I was like, "Yeah, I believe you." And so remember at the very beginning I said you want to hire for the lowest skill aptitude? So all we did was I said, "Hey, why don't you just find black belts and teach them how to sell?" Because it's going to take way less time to teach them how to sell who's got a black belt than teach someone how to black belt who can sell, right? And so that was the issue. So we had to solve for the small skill discrepancy. And then all of a sudden it was like, boom, he opened up his whole funnel for doing this for his business and expanding, right? So sometimes you're actually just looking for the wrong avatar. It's really hard to find salespeople that you can then teach the black belt thing, or finding salespeople who are already black belts. It might be hard to find both. We have to then say, okay, let's get 80% of the way there, and then we can train the other 20. So that's a market issue. Now, if you're like, okay, I can't get more talent in my business because basically, you probably wouldn't say this, but basically you're not getting responses, right? Like the offer is wrong, even if this gets a little bit more to model, which is why it's model, but I'll get an example to drive this home. So I had a physical therapy business who came in, really nice lady, and they were fully, like, all 4 walls are booked out, all the beds are taken, but they weren't making any money. But I was like, wait a second, so you're selling fine, the leads are good, all this stuff's good. I was like, but you're not making money and you're fully staffed? She was like, yeah. And I kept diving and diving. I had to go through all of this stuff until I finally got all the way into manpower, and it was, oh yeah, well, we give 50% of revenue to our therapists. I was like, dude, like, yeah, of course you're not making anything. I was like, are they like marketing for themselves and like, paying for their own, products and stuff? And she's like, no, we do all that. I was like, well, are they doing the sales? She's like, no, we do that. I was like, wait, so you literally do everything and then just give them half? She's like, yeah. I was like, well, yeah. So you have a structural issue, right? Like the model will never work. The model is broken, right? And so she would then have the impossible choice. Either you could raise your prices, which would have to be an absurd amount if you always have to give half away, or you lower wages. Or you change it to not being percentage based, right? But the thing here is like we had to change something structural about the role so we could then recruit more people in and actually make the business profitable. So then finally we get to the money one of like, well, I just simply can't afford to hire more people, but I need to hire more people, okay? So these are the same 4 concepts just applied to the supply side. So we don't get enough applications. That's a lead problem, right? So again, we're gonna run through the same ones. You gotta have better ads. Of course, like you think these ads don't matter? Headlines, copy, the whole thing, it matters, right? Better content. If you have a brand, more people are willing to work for you. When they go check out your content or your site, they're gonna be like, oh, like they make a decision there. That increases your conversions. The brand itself, right? The offers, quite literally the offer that you have for them will increase the likelihood that they actually, opt in to become, applicant. Add a money model mechanism. So you could do a giveaway if you want, by the way. We did, when we do our, when we hire for media, we'll do contests. We'll just do contests for people who want to cut videos for us. And we'll get like 1,000 people who will apply. And then we just walk them through the process. We get like 50 people who actually like do all the work. And then from the 50, we pick 5. Right? So you absolutely can add a money model mechanism depending on the role. Obviously, you're not going to get a CEO that way. But like frontline, midline, for sure. Or better avatar, right? Level up your target. Or you can level down and add training. I'll give you an example of this in a second. So for us with Alan, when we were looking for true customer success, people who could do B2B higher ticket onboarding, like a concierge, if you will, we were advertising at first for customer support. And we were getting tons of low-level people that just were not going to be good for like high-level business owners, right? These were business owners that were paying a $25,000 setup and white label fee. Like this is a different caliber just to use the platform, different level. And so we had to have customer success. So we had to change the title and all of a sudden we got the right people, right? So like this matters. So you have to write it like it's ad copy. So all the things that you do to change the leads on your front end, you do the same things. You still have to look at it like a funnel. Like if you don't know your conversion metrics for your lead or application flow, don't be surprised, right? Like that's like, of course you don't have metrics. You don't even know where your stopping point is. And if this is the constraint of the business, then what else are you doing that's not this, right? That's more important. So okay, we've got lead flow, but we're getting a lot of junk, right? Okay. So this is a conversion rate thing, same as before. Page flow, headline, job description, better application process. Do you think you put proof in there? I love my job. Yup. Do you think you put a VSL in there? Yup. Right? Do you think you work the leads through lead nurture? Yup. Well, if they need me to remind them, no, it doesn't work that way. No one cares. You're not the center of the universe. You got to work it. I've got a brand. We work our leads, right? Better interview training. Like it's funny, like especially if you get a bigger business, like if you listen to somebody who's like in HR recruiting, do some interviews, it's gonna make your stomach turn. The same way as if you've never listened to your own sales guys do sales calls, you're gonna want to kill yourself. If you've never done it before, I promise you, you're gonna want to end your life early. So, training is how you overcome that. Same with better reputation. That's the brand. Better lead quality. So this is where you can add more friction. If you're getting too much junk, you've got like, healthcare workers or something like that, or something you've got a lot of volume for, it is low skilled labor, tons of applications, add friction, add VSLs, it's a sales process. So I'll give you 2 examples of this. So I had a mental health business. So they had a business that basically like did therapy. It was covered by the government or some government program. Anyways, so they would get like $200 or something like that per session from the government, and they could pay like 25. So they had the money made sense, right? The issue is that they just couldn't find therapists, good therapists, excuse me. And so the issue was they literally couldn't interview enough, right? And the thing is that they were doing one-on-ones because that's how they started. But all I did was say, hey, this is the big crux point of your business. Your first interview, we should just have it be one to many, have it be 20 people at a time, and just have everyone do 60 seconds, and then you can just pick the winners, and then you can follow up with those people one-on-one. And so all we did is we truncated the process by 2 steps, and then that dramatically opened up the amount of interviews and people they could actually touch. Because he was like, yeah, I'm getting 1,000 interviews, and we're basically getting one person picked for every 1,000. I was like, there's no way on earth that out of 1,000 people, you can't find more than one low skilled label person who just like basically not a lot of aptitude, just needed attitude. I was like, more than, you know, 0.1 out of 100 people is a decent person, right? And so all we had to do was change the process and boom, debottleneck the business and the thing's off, right? We had the same issue at Gym Launch. And if you recruit outbound, this may be, like I've seen it happen so many times specifically outbound because there's churn in the position as well. If you do like SDRs or BDRs, people who do outbound emails or cold calls, anything like that, DMs, if you're in that position, doing group interviews is almost what's required in order to maintain the volume and scale of an enterprise that's that size. When you have, you know, 3, 4, 5, you're not going to notice it. But when you have like 20 or 50, you need that. You need to have a more efficient way of acquiring talent. And the same concept of like, if I could sell 50 customers at once, I would. Well, then you do a webinar, right? You do a webinar to a bunch of job applications, then you push them through. That's how it works. We don't make enough to pay what they want. So this is now we're getting into like, they are not worthy enough to us to pay the market rate, right? It means that other businesses are making more off them than you are. So this does back ladder into having to improve the business. So you raise prices to increase pay. So an example of this would be like an HVAC. So I had an HVAC company who came out, and technicians are in very low supply, very common for trades right now. And so what we did was, rather than say, hey, you don't have the cash flow, go blow your profit, that wasn't the directive. This is when I talk about like solution stacks. So what we did is say, hey, install the sales motion. So put proof, put a VSL in, start training on closing. Okay, good. Do that first. What that'll do when paired with pricing, so we're going to have a better sales process. We're going to raise the price with our better sales process and convert more customers. With both those things going up, that'll then unlock cash flow so that we can pay more people or give big ass referral bonuses or go to a headhunter. So now with that extra cash flow, we can bring the extra technicians in and outspend our competition competing for the same class of people. Make sense? So again, sometimes they're multi-step solutions in order to resolve the constraint. But the thing that you have to focus on is the one that's in front of you. So it's like, I can't even take more jobs. Why would I try and fix my sales? I'm just going to take on more deals. It's like, no, but we got to do that with pairing a raise in price so that we unlock the cash flow so that we can then go recruit the people we need to, okay? Another way of doing this is that you can basically force your way to getting more out of each person, which is you can change your delivery ratio from, let's say you've got 5 clients per rep to 10 clients per rep. You can switch from a done for you to a done with you, same concept. You can cap usage. You can say, hey, we only work this many hours or we only work this much on accounts. That way your costs don't get blown out. Just a different way of thinking about it. You can also time block when each of your teammates is going to be working on specific projects. Sometimes like it takes just direct management of their time. Like more times than not, you can double or triple the effectiveness of a team by just simply managing their time. Or you can just offshore or nearshore, right? You just go from a different pool. And I mentioned this earlier with the high-end service is like if you really want to dominate, this is a strategic bet, but you say instead of trying to find third-year legal whatevers, we're going to take these guys out of college, but we're going to develop an exceptional training process so that we can get them upskilled so that they're just as good as the 3 years, but we only have to pay them like a 1 year. And it only takes us 6 months to get that arbitrage. It's a strategic decision. Like if you look at some of the biggest investment banks, you look at some of the biggest management consultants, they did the same thing. Like you go to McKinsey, you go to Bain, you go to BCG, you go to Goldman, you go to JP Morgan, they take people right out of college, they pay them 6 figures, right? And they do that because they have exceptional training, because it's so hard to find the people above that. And so, similar example, lifetime gross profit. So high-end consultant, book solid for 6 months. All right, so I think this was like a tax strategist, I think. But it was half accountant, half consultancy, right? So it's like you're book solid for 6 months, jack the prices, change the delivery ratio, hire associates, and then backfill by scaling the training and your recruiting ability. So why don't we make enough to pay what they want? Well, we had to fix the leads, we had to fix sales, we had to fix delivery. And so why can't we do more to get the talent? We go through more metrics, market, model, money, which resolve all of the original Mosey 6Ms. Huzzah. So I want to do a quick little dangerous middle, which is right now, if your revenue feels steady, or you're working hard but you're not growing, or you kind of need more leads but you can't really handle that much more, if you're nodding your head and being like, this sounds a lot like me right now, typically, this is just my analysis of businesses that feel like they're at capacity, but they're still they're kind of in that balance. You're actually demand constrained. So you need to break the business with demand and increase cash flow and then stretch capacity. So if you're in equilibrium, it's like, I can't guarantee anything, of course, but it's super likely that if you had to, you could do 30% more. Like almost always. Like people can gas it for 8 weeks, 12 weeks if they have to. And so sometimes you have to break through those periods of stagnation so that you can generate the extra cash flow you need to then bring more people in, right? So you can expand your capacity. So sometimes you have to redline. And so if you're like, I'm not sure which one I am, you can pretty much, I would recommend you start with making more money and then dealing with the supply constraint with the extra resources. Because the alternative, play out the alternative. You expand your supply, right? But then what if you don't have the demand? Now you're really underwater, right? And so I would rather generate the cash, if I need to extend terms, then bring in the supply. So, with that being said, we're on part 4. You guys digging this? Is this fun? Is it exciting? Yay. Burping the green egg. I don't know what that was. Where is the watermark behind every... I don't know. Anyways, so part 4, tools and implementation. So this is the next little section. So some of you guys might still be wondering, what if I don't know my constraint or I'm not sure? Or I know my constraint and I'm just not sure I can figure it out. Or I know my constraint, I just want support and the ability to ask questions for the next 6 months to make sure it's implemented correctly. Okay? And so it's what I made the Scale Advisory for. And so we had a lot of people ask for the Scale Advisory after the deadline closed on Monday night because they missed it when they were checking out, or they didn't want, they didn't watch the video because I was live and they're like, I didn't know which one to do, or they didn't understand that it was 6 months of support, not just 6 workshops, whatever. And so out of integrity and legally, I can't make the same offer again. But I actually asked this morning everybody who's in the Scale Advisory what they thought, and this is what they said. I said, hey, this group kicks off September 1st, which is when it does kick off. We gave everybody who obviously donated books during the book launch a few extra weeks to let the dust settle. But our official 6-month begins September 1 through end of February. So that being said, we got a bunch of messages from very solid businesses saying that they missed it or didn't see the video. And I'd like to open the door for them for a short period, but I want to ask them. So I actually asked the group this morning, and I said, so should I mention the ability to get in the group today and leave the option for 24 hours, give them until September 1st, or just not let them in? And so you can see the responses right there. And so 83%, last time I checked and screenshotted it, said to open the door for 24 hours for you guys. So that's what I'm going to do really quickly. And so Vox Populi, Vox Dei, which is the voice of the people is the voice of God, or the voice of people is the divine. So if you missed it and would like me to help you for the next 6 months, just to get some of the stuff implemented so you can kick off 2026 to hopefully break records, this is just a quick recap of the Scale Advisory entails. So this will be very, very fast. So it's inside is the school community. It's the Scale Advisory. You get access to me and the directors. So this is all the people from my team that are involved. What's actually crazy as a side note is that I thought, so like I had a lot of different guesses of what was gonna happen at the launch. This one surprised me the most because we offer zero access to me or the team ever anywhere. So there's nothing ongoing ever. And it's just because I don't like ongoing commitments because I take them really seriously. Hopefully they get up to my commitment seriously. And so none of these people have anyone who has access to them except for people in the Scale Advisory. And so normally one day we charge for just one person on the team is $35,000. You get access to all of them. So if you're like, man, I need help on marketing, you can talk to Lewis or Preston. If you're like, man, I need help with like my kind of model and my strategy, you can talk to Ed or you can talk to Ned. Actually, that's kind of funny, name-wise. If you're like, how do I talk about recruiting? We got Frank. If you're like, how do I do more fulfillment? You got Lindsay. We got more strategy. You got Neil. You got more sales. You got Hop, Jacob, right? And so all these people are who do this for us. And so they do this at a very high level. And so that's the first thing you get inside. We're also going to do a leads workshop. So if you enjoyed this workshop, this is just going to be even more dirt, even more tactics just on solving leads constraints. So if we went through this whole thing and you were like, okay, I think I have a leads issue, like they're costing too much, like I just need to solve that. We have a whole workshop on that. If you're like, you know what, I have a sales issue, so we'll basically go super deep on the dirt of like, let's solve the sales constraint for good. If you have a delivery issue, an LTV workshop, so it's like, okay, let's make sure that we can solve, like basically make them worth more so that you can afford to outcompete your competition. The profit workshop. So that's going to be like, how do we change pricing? How do we repackage things? How do we build differently? How do we accelerate cash flow? All the things that we know that we've done in all the different spaces that have just dramatically driven up profit in the businesses. On top of that, Layla is running a people and AI workshop. So if you are supply constrained, we're just going to be doing that on steroids. Plus, we're going to talk about how we're implementing AI into our service-based business and how you can too. I think that like right now, it's the best time to be an entrepreneur. There's just a gigantic amount of opportunity in the next 36 months. And then Sharon, who some of you guys don't know, Sharon was a super early mentor of mine. He exited Teles first, and they went from like 50 million in volume to 3.4 billion. And then he did nothing for like 6 years. And then he started Swirlo Ventures, which was basically just his family office where he was investing the money. Did that, and then I convinced him to get back in the game. And so he went to Real Brokerage, and that took them from 200 million to 1.2 billion. And then after doing that, I was like, hey man, you want to come hang with us? And he said yes. So Sharon's actually president of ACQ. And so he's going to share all the stuff that a lot of stuff he taught me on wealth, tax, finance, operations. So like if you're anyone who makes any decent amount of money in your business, the amount of things that especially if you're in the US, the amount of things that I've learned from a tax perspective, it's an insane, like, I feel very confident. That's why I was so surprised with this one, because I was like, we have never offered any kind of access. And this is this is half of what people pay for one day. It's 6 months. I was like this was the one that I was like blown away. So I was like, maybe people didn't hear it that well. And so on top of that, you'll get the school group that houses everybody else. And so this is actually kind of cool. So inside of the school group, so I just pulled up Las Vegas this morning and took a screenshot. There's 32 people just like in the Vegas area. And so I bring that up because like I think entrepreneurship's lonely, and being able to connect with other high-level business owners I think is the coolest thing. So are all 32 people you're going to get along with? No, but there's like 2, probably. And so like I think that like for me, the things that have paid the most life dividends have been the people that have come into my life. And so I wanted to create an opportunity for those of you who want that. And so that is in total like $65,000 of true actual value, like real value. And I can't even price what 6 months is because we don't do access. But if you're like, I would really like help over the next 6 months implementing these things into the business and be able to like directly reach out, then that's what I did this for. Okay, so it's $3,000 times 6. We're doing it for 24 hours. Thank all the people who are in the group. If those of you who are in there, you can let them know if you think it's good. But we kick everything off September 1st, so you're not like missing anything by coming in today. But you can go to scale.acq.com, which is at the bottom there. And so this is just, it's just if you want to keep the party going, want to set yourself up for Q1 next year. We've dedicated tremendous resources to doing this because I want to do this super well and just have like a crazy amount of growth stories that I can tell. And so I'll just give you a couple of things that I just saw from inside, just from the last like 4 or 5 days. It's like Lance, from 1 out of 400 to a 40% close rate. Hamza, he talked about how his show rates improved. You'll probably also notice that I don't talk about income claims. That's not by mistake. Like I don't have them. I just don't make them because I don't think they set proper expectations, and also it tends to be frowned upon. Preston, Preston is brilliant. I know you're very busy. Respect for your time. I followed your advice and spent all night creating your black book. Just awesome. And like Ed Turney, that's incredible value. Crystal, like wow, so much value. Kevin, thanks for putting such an awesome group together. Your team is really solid. From Adam Jacobs, already adding so much value. Mike Robinson, I can't believe so much value has been shared. Any of these are incredible. Like we can keep going. Let's see. Paul said some of these I wanted to bring up because people are actually just sharing their biggest tactics. One of the things I asked everybody in the Scale Advisory is like introduce yourself and then share the most valuable tactic that you have in your business. Like what is one of the things that made the biggest difference tactically? And so it's like Paul is like, hey, we basically had no Google reviews and then got 650 with one script, and he shared the script. And this is Chris Williams. How ACQ AI made me, again, I don't want to put income there, in 4 hours, and he just explained how the whole play worked, right? And he just documented it. And then Anton was like, hey, I generated 84 leads with Money Models books by just giving them away. And so he got like 84 leads, 12 sales calls booked, 6 of them were ideal clients just by giving the books away. I'm not saying it's going to happen for you. That's not the point. But this is like, this is the most, like, I actually think this is an absurd offer. And so I'll give you guys 15 minutes to enroll and take a break because I need to drink some water. Bathroom break. If you want to enroll, go there now. So it's scale.acq.com. You can go grab it. And then we're going to do case studies in the AI implementation second half. All right, rock and roll. Do that. 15. Start the timer, somebody. Okay. All right, I stuffed my face as fast as I possibly could for lunch. For those of you guys who join us for the next 6 months, super pumped to have you. The community is awesome, and yeah, we just wanted to tell those of you who are like, you know what, I would love to have deeper dive on all this stuff. Wanted help, and I am giving you access to my actual team so that you can get questions answered, which is the most valuable thing I can do. All right, can you pull up my presentation? Also, to the obvious answer to everyone I'm seeing in the chat, like start a 200-book school community, well, that would kind of defy the purpose, and also just very transparently, like I can't afford to pay the people that I pay. Just being really like straight up with you guys. And we did it that way so that we could incentivize the people who wanted to donate more. So I have to keep it that way. I'm not going to have a group for one and then a group for another. It doesn't make sense. Hopefully that should be obvious. Otherwise, I appreciate you guys. And it's a huge amount of work. I'll say it differently. If I wanted to have something where just like everyone just goes in, then like there's like you could have a zillion people, somewhere. You saw the amount of staffing I put into this was because like I want to deliver. And transparently, I think for that level of access, I probably could charge $100,000. The only reason this is priced at $18,000 and $3,000 down is because at the launch, I couldn't facilitate that many phone sales, right? I mean, obviously we had as many people as we could, but like we couldn't take the volume, and so I had to have it be at a price point that people could just immediately say yes. If you guys would have like some behind the curtain, but this is something that I would normally like. We charge $35,000 for one day, and it's not because it's about one day. It's about how much is solving your constraint worth. So if you're at $500,000 a year and you could be at $1 million a year and solving the constraints the difference, then $35,000 nothing. I'm not saying that's going to happen for you. I'm just saying like that's how we think about it. And so the question is less like 18, 35, 65, 100,000. It's just what is the likelihood that this thing can help me solve my constraint? And so this gives the most in-depth version of that I possibly can, which is there are 6 levels of constraints here. We do deep dives on all of them using the stuff that we know. And then in between, you can have access to me and the directors who are actually doing this in real time. And obviously, if you like are making any amount of money, the Wealth Workshop, like, what are we talking about? What are we even talking about? And so that's why we have it that way. Okay, so with that being said, there's 24 hours or now, whatever, 23 and a half hours. Special thanks to everybody who's in the ACQ Scale Advisory. They're the only reason. So that little slide thing that I did this morning in like 30 minutes because I just asked them, and I honestly was like, I don't know, because some people might be like, I don't want them in, and I'll be like, okay. So I just kind of listened to them. The reason it's 24 hours is because I had 24 hours on September 1st, and the most of them selected 24 hours, and so that's why it is. All right, with that being said, let's rock and roll. Cool. I also got a text from Cameron saying that you figured out your constraint, so thank you, Cameron. Appreciate it. A little boost. But yeah, so what I want to do for this part 4 is we're going to talk about playbooks by business type, number 1, and then we're just going to do real just deconstrainings, okay? So I want to start by kind of like highlighting this point, which is that the thing that you need to do is hard, right? Because if it were easy, you would have already done it. Like we're only constrained by the things that we do not already know how to do. And so it should seem obvious that if you don't know how to do it, then it will feel hard. But like, if you think about when you played a video game way back in the past, right? When you get to a new level you've never beaten before, you die a bunch of times, then you figure it out. Now, the next time after you figure it out, you play it, you don't even think about it. You just go in the door, make a left, fire 2 times at the guy, and keep going, right? And it's because you have no decisions to make. You know how to beat the boss of that level, right? And so it's the choice between 2 apparently hard decisions, which is why I think so many people get stuck, right? It's between hard now or hard now and later, right? And so when I frame it that way, it makes it easier for me to do the hard now thing because the other thing is also still hard now and also hard later. And so these, this will seem familiar to some of the people who've come to the workshops in person, but I think it's worth highlighting this point. So some of you guys may have seen this, and if you have, then this will just be a reminder. And so this is a moniker of like common sticking points that people get into, these kind of rock and hard place scenarios. And so there are 7 of them that I have consistently seen across businesses. And I use ad focus as like my own moniker. But the first is avatar. And this is super common in like the $1 to $3 million range, sometimes a little bit earlier, sometimes later, but $1 to $3 million, it's like ripe for that. So if that's you, pay attention. But an avatar issue is you're unclear on who you want to serve. You've got some customers that are lower, some customers that are higher. You usually like the ones that are higher and don't like the ones that are lower as much. But if you stop selling the ones that are lower, you won't be able to pay payroll. So you're not sure what to do, right? But the strategic decision is which of these customers do I think I can provide the most value to, and how should I price exclusively for this new avatar? Because what typically happens is you've got a high avatar and you've got a low avatar, and then you end up pricing, if this were like a line here, you end up pricing somewhere around here. And that's the issue. Because if you only serve this high avatar, you could be pricing here. So even if you had this drop in volume, you'd be able to make up for it in pricing power, and then by extension, be able to make up your profit. And so this is just one of the 7 issues. So right now, if you're somebody who's like, I'm not sure which customer I should go after, you're going to look at this, and you're going to want to look at this next piece, which is your LTV to CAC. So I look at LTV to CAC for the cheaper customer, LTV to CAC for the higher customer. If LTV to CAC for the higher customer is better, I then ask the question, how can I do more of this so that I can make up for my loss in low, right? And by doing that, I can then recolor or reshift the percentage of customers I have in the base to be these high caliber people. So that's number 1. The next is data, which we talked about earlier, right? These are the metrics. If you don't have the metrics in your business, you're like, well, I can't afford to go, get the metrics or make this decision, but I can't afford not to make this decision. So 1, you have to be able to operate on incomplete data. 2, you want to think about directional rather than absolute. And then 3, if you have a way of getting the data, then that becomes your priority. Maybe that means that you don't grow for a quarter, but you have the data so that you can grow for the next 3. The next is focus. Now this one I have not mentioned at all at this point, but is one of the biggest ones, all right? Which is, it's super common when you're an entrepreneur. In the beginning, you quit your job, you quit your whatever, and then you start something on your own. You take that one big jump. And it's so rewarding because you're still here, you're still in the game. And so if you've made that jump, then what happens is you get this really good reinforcement loop on a bad behavior, which is jumping ship and starting something new. That's what it reinforces, which is why it's my belief that so many entrepreneurs are so addicted to starting new things. You've probably seen this outline of mine. Oops, a little more. Okay, so you've probably seen this outline of mine that looks like this. So you've got your uninformed optimism, and then you've got your informed pessimism. You've got your valley of despair. Then you've got informed optimism, and then you've got achievement. All right. So these are kind of like the 5 stages that happen in entrepreneurship. But the problem is so many people just repeat 1, 2, 3 over and over and over again. They get to the valley of despair, and then they say, you know what? There's this other thing that looks interesting. Let me ride that ride again. And so they keep going over and over again. And so what happens is right now, I remember I had a lady who came who had a yoga studio and a chocolate factory. If you're on here, I love you, and I don't want you to feel bad. But like, it was one of the most hilarious. Like, I'm building a platform. It's like, I love you and I believe you. But the thing is this: is that you have some crazy reason why you think that you should have 2 completely different businesses. You probably shouldn't, because it's hard enough to do 1, and try to make 2 win is near impossible, because you're basically just taking all the horsepower all your mental brain power, all your spare time, all your talent between both companies and splitting it. When what happens is if you concentrate all of that attention, all of those resources, all of that talent, all of your money on one opportunity, like I talked about earlier, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, almost all opportunities can get to 100 million. And so if you're not there, it's not moving fast enough, it's usually because you have too much going on. You can't go deep enough with anything, right? If you've ever done this, if you've ever cut things out of your life and you're like, wow, I feel so much better. Man, I feel so much smarter. I feel like I can solve these problems that were once seemingly impossible. I can now solve them really easily. It's because you have bandwidth, right? You literally can just think through the second and third order consequences deeper on each business. And so right now, one of the big strategic issues that comes up is that you simply have too many things that you're pursuing. So what's the hard now versus hard later? You're going to have to make the hard call and pick the baby that you want to keep. Little Sophie's choice. It sucks. And I only say this as somebody who has struggled with this one more than any of the others of the 7. And it's so painstakingly difficult. I'll tell you a little, well, we're all here, we're all hanging out. Let's just do it. So I'll tell you how to get over this because I think entrepreneurs more than just about anyone are super ADD with stuff. And so if you have this creative mojo, you've got this juice that you want to get out, there's a reason that I write books. It's not the best use of my time, but there is a reason I do it. And the main reason is because it gets out this energy that I would otherwise be using to break my business. The business runs exceptionally well when it has this much of me. If I'm there all the time, I break too much stuff. So, which is why it works well for me to like work with companies like once a year. Because like, it's like, here's all the stuff, that'll give you 12 months of work, right? But what are the divisions, if we think about the divisions of a business, what divisions benefit from somebody who has lots of innovation, right? Like, let's think about it. Which one benefits the most? I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with marketing. And so if you're like, man, I have trouble focusing, I like doing lots of different things, then what I would encourage you to do, and this is what took me way too long to figure out, one front door that leads to money, which is your business. But if you want to have lead magnet number 1, lead magnet number 2, lead magnet number 3, media, content, ads, scaling roadmap. I don't know if you guys paid attention during the money models presentation. I was like, if you guys have gotten value from my free podcast, free course, free event, free keynotes, free scaling roadmap, free books, free audiobook, like I had all the different things, and free newsletter. I was like, my God, I do so much stuff. And so the thing is like I have so much juice that if I don't squeeze the hell out of it, but I have to squeeze it in a way that doesn't break the business. Imagine all of that horsepower, and this is what the earlier part of my career was like. I would literally take all of this, and I'd be like, all right, we got a new sales script. All right, we're building another landing page. Hey, we're also gonna, change this about our delivery. Hey, we're also gonna be, changing this on the back end over here. Oh, by the way, finance, if you can redo, the way that you're reporting this stuff, that'd be awesome. And I would just go around like a Tasmanian devil just breaking things, right? And so no one ever could breathe because I had everyone buried underwater because it takes 2 seconds for me to make a directive and it takes 2 weeks for them to actually deliver on it. And I could make commands and make directives faster than people could do them, right? And so you have to pull back and realize, and I had that cost of change thing, was that like you have to realize that some things will stay imperfect, but striving to constantly change things does not make them more perfect. It actually makes them more imperfect. And so it took me a very long time to realize that. And then eventually, as Layla and I learned to work together better and better, it's like I just kept naturally gravitating more and more to the front of the business because I didn't hurt the business when I made 17, believe it or not, one of my first lead magnets for gym launch was 17 money models for making gyms wildly profitable. And so it's just like these are the models that we use to build profitable gyms. I had 9 profitable frameworks. I had all these different frameworks that I would use to build gyms, and I'd write these basically just full books. I mean, like my lead magnets were like 120 pages, like they're full books. And I would do these, and that's why like people would come in after consuming and be like, oh my God, this isn't, because I would just pour my heart into it because I have an overactive mind, probably like you do. And so This might be one of the bigger things. Like for the right person, maybe like 5% of you, this might change your life. Like just realizing that you take all your ADD and don't apply it to your business. Apply it to your marketing. Okay. Oh, I didn't finish this. See, there's my example of ADD. Okay, so you got to pick your avatar. You got to make sure you're getting your data. You have to focus and kill the babies that. It sounds aggressive. Kill the businesses that you that are not the main thing. By the way, the new business, the second one, the one you started afterwards, always seems like it's the one that has more opportunity in it. That's why you decided to do it. But that's also probably not true because the people who are in there also know that there's crap in that business too. You just haven't figured it out yet because you're on my little optimism trail. You're like up here. Okay, the next one is over expansion, which really just means under talented. So this is the supply constraint. So if you have one location and you open a second location and you're like, okay, but now my two locations, like I had one location that was here, I opened a second one, both went down. Then you say, okay, well, I cut my profit in half between two, but now what's the best decision? I should open a third location, right? And it goes to crap. Now you have 3 times the liability and even less profit. No bueno. So it's not to say that you shouldn't open locations, you shouldn't expand. Of course you should expand. That's the goal. If you're doing a good job, right? You should expand the business. But if you expand too fast, it's not that you expand too fast, it's that you had too little talent to support you. And that's the thing, is that with one business, one location, one smaller thing, you have more coverage. As soon as you expand beyond your purview, if you don't have other people who have good decision-making power and ability, competence, things will start falling through the cracks. And so it's a people issue. And so overexpansion just means that you don't have enough good people. Now, can be tough, though, because you're like, well, now that I've got these 2 locations, I can't afford to bring anyone else in because the performance has dropped. So you basically have one of 2 options. Option 1 is that you essentially just kill yourself. That sounded aggressive. I mean, like, kill yourself working-wise. Like, you just bury yourself to try and, like, breathe life into this thing again and work overtime at both to get them above so that you can get the cash flow. Or you just realize that you made a boo-boo and you might have to give up your profit for 6 months to get somebody else in who can manage it, and then hopefully they turn it up. But, like, this is why business owners are paid more. We take on more risk. That's why we get the paycheck when it works out, right? We take on more risk than other people do. So overexpansion, you solve that by cutting losses, by overworking yourself, or by bringing someone in and under-profiting. Those are your options. But if you don't do anything, you will just stay there and eventually just like burn out because you will make no money and then you'll be working all the hours of the day and literally just not make anything. I only know that because I've done it. The next one is compensation. So this one sometimes happens. I would say this is the rarest of the list, but if you're in this category, this applies to you. This can be over or under compensation. So the HVAC, thing that I was saying earlier, if it's like, man, we can't find good talent, it's like, have you considered paying more? Like some of the best returns I gotten by far is taking whatever the market rate is and then always paying top 10 percentile, top 15th percentile of roles that are key lever points within the business. And so to this day, I still think some of the best value arbitrage that exists is on talent, always. I mean, think about the reason that Zuck would pay $100 million signing bonuses for AI because he believes the return is there, right? And obviously the return is there, and he's done this a lot of times, right? Now, on the flip side, so that's when you're not paying people enough. On the other hand, you can also pay people too much. If you have a frozen yogurt store, you're not going to be able to do profit shares with the front desk people. It's not going to work, right? And so we want to make sure, and if you're like, okay, but if I were to change this, rock and hard place scenario, if I'm going to change this compensation structure, then I'm going to lose people, right? I might lose some talent. So I'll tell you how to do this. So the price raise letter, this guy, you guys all have it. By the way, banger, so good. But you can use that same concept and apply it to compensation. And so the way you do that is you say, hey, Sarah, I know that you came in and I said I would give you 50% of revenue that you were generating. So I owe it to you, one, to apologize, and I want to tell you why. So I told you that I was going to have this big vision for how you could grow your career here, have more opportunity, but based on the current compensation structure, this business will never grow because there's just not enough capital in order to expand. And so I owe it to you, and I owe it to everybody else in this business to give this business and our customers a shot so we can help more people. And so this is what we have to do. The decision's already been made. I have to change compensation, and it has to be like this. That being said, that wasn't our original agreement. And so I want to give you 3 months to think about it. Or you could say, I want to give you, a week to think about it. This is what the compensation would be going forward. But then what we do is we say, hey, your price, your compensation is going to change in 90 days. All right. That way they have a 3-month runway. And then you also, if they tell you the next morning or 2 days later that they don't want to do it, you also have 3 months to go backfill them with somebody that's cheaper. And if you do it earlier, you can obviously, excuse them earlier if you want, or they might just say it's okay. And I'll say this, of the times I've had to do it, I really have not lost many people. Because most people are like, I get it. I did think it was a little bit rich. You know what I mean? And they kind of get it. They're like, this is a little above market. Like, I'm not going to say anything because I'll take the money. But like, I don't know when the music's going to end. So the next one is underpriced. Okay? So underpriced is, God, it's so, like, if I'm looking at you guys, right? I want to say at least 40% of you are underpriced. And so taken to the natural extreme. So think about what a service business does when it's super, super old and has done well. You can pretty much draw a straight line between the price of services, this is with humans, right? Price of services, and the experience and skill of the service provider. So if you want to demonstrate that you have more skill, you can know by how much you charge. Because taken to the other natural extreme, if you did everything you do for $1, you would have, hopefully, you would have a lot of people who would take you up on it, right? And then as you slowly keep doing that, you'd be supply constrained, supply constrained, supply constrained. And eventually you'd reach some point where you'd be right at the equilibrium. That's not the most profitable point in the business. Because ideally, you keep having more demand and you keep being able to keep driving that price up. And so that is where the brand loop of you doing a good job, people telling people, continues to spin. And so you want to be always driving price up because it means you're doing a good job. It's an indicator that quality has sustained at each increment in value creation. And so most of you, that's why pricing is such a big one. I'll read you what Cameron texted me. He's my friend from elementary school, and we called up on him during the live. So he said, this is such an amazing workshop, already helped me so much in actually understanding my constraints. I was sitting here thinking I have a manpower constraint, but really my current biggest constraint is cash flow. If I fix that, then I'll have the cash to better attract top talent, right? And that's the point, is that sometimes it's several orders or several steps they have to reverse engineer to get to how you actually solve the problem rather than what the problem is, right? And so the profit playbooks will help you with that. And that's why there's 3 playbooks just around pricing because it's such a powerful lever. And then this one is single product. So this basically just means that you have insufficient LTV, but you're unwilling to add an additional upsell or additional thing. So it's like, hey, we're selling customers, but our margins continue to compress right now. And so it means that you have to have an increase in LTV. Right, because the cost of leads will always only go one direction, which is up. So think about this. If you're making content, the first people that ever join your world when you're an early content creator are going to be the people who are the most interested in this stuff, right? Because you aren't that good at making content, and it's super early in the algorithm for their, displaying your stuff, and they bought in, right? If you're running ads, the first people that ad platform is going to show your ads to are the most likely to convert, because they can only do it at that level of spend. And the higher up your spend goes, the colder and colder the audiences are, the lower and lower the conversion is, right? Which is why you can only achieve tremendous scale with spend when you have a tremendous money model that can still monetize a much broader and colder base, or you have a brand that just has a massive warm audience you've already provided value to. Right? So you either expand your warm audience or you find a way to monetize a cold audience better. But in either of those scenarios, typically what happens is your margins continue to compress and you keep trying to hope that you could go back to your old customer acquisition cost, but you can't, because cost of acquisition only goes up. It literally only goes up. So the best deals you're ever going to get on getting customers, unless, barring you have some major issues with how you acquire customers, is going to be now. So really think about that. And so if you have a single product, sometimes it's time to just create the upsell. And when you're like, what is my upsell going to be? I'll give you a rule of thumb for my upsells. But typically, so this launch was an exception to that, mostly because logistics of doing payment was difficult with the volume. But typically, I go 5x. And the reason for that, so the appropriate price for like scale advisory should be like, if I were to just do normal pricing, should be between 30 and 36,000. That would be the correct price for it. It's 18. The correct price for it is because typically 20% of customers will take something that's 5 times as expensive, because customers tend to be fractal, 80-20. And so if 20% of your customers are willing and able to spend 5 times more, then it means that with each additional upsell or service that you add to a continuum, then you double revenue with each of them. All right, so I'll do the math real quick. Is this cool? I like this stuff. I like geek out on. Okay. So let's say you sell 100 people at $100. Cool. So you've got $10,000. Okay. Now we have an upsell that 20% take. So we got 20 people, and we're doing 5 times the price. Remember? And here we could say, you know what, we also have another thing that's $2,500 that we expect 20%, so 4 people are going to take that. So we go from $10,000, here's the cool part, to $30,000 in revenue. But this is the sexiest part of all. This is for servicing 100 customers. This is for servicing 124 customers. Because all we do is we add this 20 and this 4. We triple the business. So that's how you solve one of these. Okay. Is that cool? I think this stuff's cool. Like this stuff, like when I understood this part of like this is how pricing, this is how I do pricing, is you reverse engineer to the willingness to pay of the avatar you have, rather than trying to say, well, it cost me this much. Like it's cost plus pricing is not how you price things. You price things by willingness to pay. Okay, so let's get really tactical. Hopefully that was good. Ad focus is, these are 7 of the most common things that people get stuck on. If any of those, I'm sure more than one of you guys, resonated with one of those things, make the hard call, make the decision, debottleneck the business. Okay, now I want to talk about a couple of the more common kind of playbooks. Okay, so this is more just like me observing a lot of different businesses over the years, and so like people behave in patterns, and they typically come in with similar skill sets and similar personalities. So like there's people who are good at like Instagram, which typically have a little bit of a different personality than people who are like really good YouTubers, which are different than like the big live streamers. Now, of course, there's people who just like learn how to do everything, but people who are attracted to one or the other tend to have different kind of like psychographs. And as a result, they approach problems in similar ways, which means they typically have similar problems and are constrained by the same things. And so I want to give you a couple of examples that I think represent kind of like with broad brushstrokes many of you. And so let's talk about the influencer playbook. So if you can we do a poll? Is that possible? Can we do a poll? If we can't do a poll, you can just say it in the chat. Oh, Anya, do I need to talk a little faster? I can talk faster if you want me to talk faster. Okay. So part of the reason, by the way, that I put words on the slides for my presentations as much as I can is because it slows down my cadence, which is better, but I'm flawed. Okay. So influencer playbook. Let's rock here. So I'll tell you what the poll was going to be. The poll was just going to be how many of you guys use organic as your method for getting customers? So how many of you guys, I know she's joking. How many of you guys, just put a 1 in the chat if you use organic as your primary means of getting customers? Yes? Okay. Give me some 1s. We got some 1s? Okay, great. So if you're an influencer, I think this is really important to understand. Okay, so pay attention. So right now, let's say that you're doing $1 million per year. It doesn't really matter, just say this is your current. All right? You're currently doing $1 million a year. Now, I want you to imagine you've got 100,000 followers that are following you right now, and that's what's generating this $1 million a year. Now, when you post, you normally are getting, let's say, like, 1 to 2% of your traffic of that 100K is actually seeing your posts, right? Now, when you make a call to action, it's more like 0.1%. It's a little dot inside of there. The reason that there's typically a huge amount that you can increase with a business that has organic when they run ads is that if you think about it like this, you're currently monetizing this 1 to 2%, okay? When you run ads, you basically reach down below there and just monetize a larger slice because you're able to reach a way broader amount of the audience that you have with your paid ads. It's not necessarily expanding your audience. It's simply it's just reaching a higher percentage of them on a consistent basis. So there's something else that does this too, which is a sales team. Both of these things don't expand, not really, your capacity, because most people who are influencers who then just start running ads or do organic and then start running ads, you're not running like branding and value-based ads. If you did that, you could actually expand the pie. But most people run kind of right hook direct response ads, which is fine, and use your free content as your way of kind of top of funnel of letting people know they're aware of you and providing value, and then you kind of scoop back up with ads and sales teams. Both these things kind of reach further down. But the thing is that each of these levers you can only pull once. So you'll get an instant 2x, 3x, 5x, which sometimes can be really material. So I don't want to downplay that. It can be really big for a business. But once you do that, that lever's pulled. There's nothing else you can do. And so then you go back to what's the constraint. And so in those businesses, you want to make I'm going to go off the page here, but you want to expand the pyramid so that ideally this 1 to 2% or wherever your ad's drawn is that now that same percentage captures even more, okay? So if you are an influencer and you're like, I want to grow my business, what should I do? Well, there's a number of things, kind of like many roads lead to Rome or many paths up the mountain. You could just start running paid ads. And if you did that, you would probably make more. And by the way, running paid ads, so much easier than making content. If you just didn't know that, you just like don't know how to click the buttons, it takes like an afternoon. Like it's really not hard to learn. Making content that's good, much harder. So just take your best performing content, slice a CTA at the end, CTA being call to action, of like literally take your top 10 from the year, highest performing pieces of content that are not like meme stuff, but stuff that's like specific to your avatar, the stuff that you actually, like the type of people you actually want to help, and then say, hey, by the way, like let's say I had something about businesses and making money, whatever. I would say, hey, by the way, I have 7 other things that are just like that I want to give to you for free if you opt in over here. Let me show you a visual of it. Awesome. And if you're the right type of person, I'd love to book a call with you. Or if you have something that's a straight checkout, it's like, and if you want, you get the whole complete thing on the next page, whatever, right? And so the idea here is that you can go ads as one lever you can pull. You can do sales, teams as another way, because that's just going to convert a higher percentage of the audience. This, expanding the triangle this way, is going to be more versus better content. So when do you decide to do more? When do you decide to do better? I always do more first, and then typically after a certain amount of more, it accordions. So I'll give you kind of like a verbal example. So if I make 1 YouTube video a week. At some point I say, you know what? I bet you I could get to like three YouTube videos a week. So then I expand my 3 YouTube videos a week. And then all of a sudden I look at my last month or 2 months and I'm like, man, 80% of my views came from 3 videos that happened over the last 12 weeks. I'll bet you if I spent more time on just making the videos better, I would get even more out of it. So then it accordions back down. And then I learn all the things that make something good. And then I say, okay, can I do that repeatedly and do more of them? And so it's very natural to have this better versus more that happens with content. So I don't think there's a right answer. But typically, if you've been stuck for a while, you're going to have to do one or the other. And if I have to bias, I'll typically do more first. Now, for anyone who tends to monetize, I'll give you a couple platforms. So if you monetize if you have a YouTube audience, if you have an Instagram audience, or you have a TikTok audience. So something that we have found that's worked exceptionally well for a lot of companies is they actually direct almost all of their traffic towards Instagram. So even though they have a YouTube, they could obviously go straight to checkout or have a link there, which is fine. But you can also have people just like DM me on Instagram and TikTok. Like TikTok's been notoriously difficult to monetize for anything expensive. So TikTok Shop and low ticket, consumer-based products tends to do really well with TikTok. But anything that's in the thousands or B2B, much harder time. The only people I've seen succeed with that is that they say their call to action on their TikTok is DM me on Instagram, and then they have a DM funnel. So what's a DM funnel? So if you guys saw on the launch, we had like book or comment book or DM book or whatever as a call to action on some of the posts, especially the Green Man posts. And so if you look at like the Guinness record video on my Instagram, it should be in the first like 12 or so. You'll see it has like 20,000 comments on it. And it's because the CTA in there was like, hey, if you want the free stuff from the launch, comment, I think it was book. And so they commented book, and then because of that, there's ManyChat automation that just fires and then sends them the thing. They say yes, and then it sent them the link. But by doing that, you build a whole nother list, and you'll be able to actually turn views into leads and leads into conversations, because the conversions will happen in the conversations. So you're like, okay, that would be like an influencer playbook. If we're like, how do I grow the influencer team? Influencers revenue, provided they don't have a supply constraint. So I told you I'm going to go deep on these because I want to solve as many of these problems for you guys as you can. All right, so it would be a combination of ads versus sales teams, pick one, more content versus better content, pick one, and then I would add in a CTA with ManyChat as the mechanism behind making that work. Doing that with an influencer business can like immediately grow the company. Okay, so I was putting icons in and putting visuals in for this presentation, and I accidentally said, give me an icon for Homer services instead of home services, and so it gave me this, which I thought was hilarious, and so I left it in. But if you're a home service business, right, so you're brick and mortar, you've got trucks, you've got routes, you've got technicians, you've got tradesmen, really common couple things. So number one, if you're not running any ads and it's all word of mouth, if you run ads, it's like ads and home services, for whatever reason, it's just like the competition's just not that sophisticated. Like if you just run like simple lead ads and call them, you do exceptionally well. I've also found that home services in general tend to have really, really terrible websites. So they'll have like a hidden button that no one can ever find that says like talk to a rep, or it says, request a quote or request an invoice. Horrendous, right? No one wants to opt in for that. And they still get traffic, right? Because the whole industry is so supply constrained. But if we fix that by adding a sales motion, adding a nurture rep, jacking up the prices so that we actually meet, like, it's okay that we sell fewer. That's fine. We can't even handle the volume we have, so we might as well make more cash flow so that we can hire more people, right? But page optimization. So this is just having done so many home services businesses. These are the common things that you probably need to be looking at. And I think the reason home services typically suck at sales is because they don't have to be good and they can still get business. They also typically suck at marketing because they don't have to be good and they can still get business, which is why they tend to be price constrained. Now, part of the reason they have price constraints for those who are in home services is because they believe that they sell a commodity, which maybe you do, but that's your choice. So if you're in home services, as a reminder, again, because there's common themes here, you can win on speed, you can win on risk, you can win on ease. These are your three vectors of value. And so we have to think, what are the big fears of a customer? They think it's going to be over budget. They think it's going to be over budget, over time. And headache, right? And so we want to guarantee around these things. And so I would say pick one of these that you think you absolutely can win on, and then lean into it. Speed is an excellent vector to beat people on. And then the natural thing that comes back is like, well, I've got subcontractors. I've got these other tradesmen that are subs underneath of me that I can't control. You can if you choose to pay them more to do things faster. So all of these things is like, is it impossible or just more expensive? And if it's more expensive, can I price that in? If I price that in, can I make more than it is expensive on my price? Probably. And especially when you're somebody who's supply constrained, like your first gut reaction to like, I can't handle the amount of demand that I have is raise your price. But everyone's afraid of raising their price because they're like, we close 80%, but we can't handle anymore. It's like, then close 40 and triple the price. And you're like, there's no way we could do that. It's like, well, you should get that looked at, right? Of course you can do that. Done it a zillion times. That's why we wrote the whole price raise letter. That's why we have the pricing playbook. You can totally do it. Now, I like to pair the solutions in the following sequence. So this is how we do it. I go sales motion. So this is where we install the VSL that I referenced earlier. So we put a sales motion in place, right? Which is going to be a VSL. We're also going to have lead nurture so that we get to a higher percentage of our leads. We then follow the closing book, which then gets us even more. So think about all of this is squeezing even more demand in. And you're like, I can't even handle demand. So now we got to put some brakes on it. So this is why we jack the price. And then with this jacked price and this way more demand, we might be able to double price and keep sales volume the same. We might even double price and sales volume goes up. Oh no, right? But then what happens is cash flow goes through the roof. And so let me show you how, because this is super common yet again for home services businesses. And I'm covering these, each of these is like 1 out of 5 of you is each of these big categories that I'm doing right now. So most home services businesses, and I hear this a lot, and this, I want to like erase this from your mind. If you've ever, like I get this retort, which is, hey, we run 15% margins, but that's industry average. That's kind of what it is in our industry. Why on earth would you compare yourself to anybody else? They're all broke. Don't look at what they do. They have no idea what they're doing. I promise you, they have no idea what they're doing. Zero, no idea. So you have this quote industry average, but like the American average is overweight, divorced twice, like can't hold down a job, can't focus, scrolling TikTok 8 hours a day. Why would we compare ourselves to that average? Completely irrelevant. Just do it down to physics. If we have more demand than we have supply, then we should raise our prices. Now, back to this. So if you have a normal home services business, you might be running 15% margins. Okay. Well, if let's go crazy. Let's go crazy. And by crazy, I mean not crazy at all. And let's just say we do a 50% price raise. If we pair that with an improvement in the sales motion, out of VSL, we actually work our leads and we follow a closing process, and we got our price raise, what did we do to our profit? We 4x the profit of the business. Dudes, we do this all the time, day in and day out, every week to home service businesses. There is so much opportunity here if you just know where to look. So this is a stack of solutions. And I'm giving you guys more stacks of solutions here so that you can actually implement these and win. Because now, of course, like let's play it out. You increase the cash flow, what happens? But I'm supply constrained. Great. Pay more. Pay more, referral bonuses, more recruiting and ads. So you have to follow it through the natural sequence. And if you're like, well, that's going to take me like, the thing is like this, all those, lots of words, 2 weeks. It doesn't take a ton of time to do that. This one will take more time. This is decisions. One-time asset, process training, process training, process training. Couple weeks, price change, decision. Cash flow, output. Okay. And I have that the last bullet there because I think it's worth saying. I see a lot of home services businesses do an absolutely atrocious job at sales and specifically lead nurture. One of the highest converting, and there's been a bunch of shorts about this, but like there was a guy who came in, he was closing 55% of his leads, and he was able to close 55% of his leads. He was only getting 2 to 3 leads a day, and I think he was in roofing, because he hired his aunt to only have one job, which was that she called the leads the moment they came in. That was it. That was her only job. She had literally no other responsibilities. He only got 2 to 3 leads a day. But he knew that if he could call them within 15 seconds, the likelihood that he would close them doubles, triples, quadruples, right? And so some of you are like, man, I can't afford to hire a lead nurture rep. It's like, dude, you can't afford not to. It's like you're converting 5% of your leads. It's like you convert 20% of your leads, you'd 4x revenue. Could you, with 4x revenue, pay for a lead nurture rep? Probably. All right, so that was home services. You guys digging this? Okay. So this is B2B services and SaaS. So this, I both these together despite the fact that you might be like, how is a B2B service and software as a service similar? Well, they actually say that they actually fundamentally sell the same thing. They deliver differently. So B2B service and a B2B SaaS is software as a service, and B2B service is just service as a service, right? So they're both SaaS. Service as a service, software as a service. But they sell the same thing, they just have a different delivery mechanism. And the idea behind B2B SaaS is that it should be more consistent because it's software, it's technology that's doing it. And it should, in theory, have higher gross margins. Doesn't always, but it should in theory. So you'll notice that the sales motions for a B2B service and a B2B SaaS are almost identical. So the sales motion that we had for Allen, for example, the agency software, was identical to Gym Launch. Like literally just like line for line was the exact same thing. And so the common issue with these types of businesses, especially if you are more ads driven on this, so I'll give you two examples. If you are more ads driven, then you're noticing that your cost to acquire customers is continuing to get more and more expensive. Your margins are compressing and compressing. Churn is likely going up because your delivery on the back end has continued to dilute because you're not as good at training and recruiting as you are at marketing and sales. That's like archetype 1. Archetype 2 is the entire B2B referral-driven business that has almost no marketing in general. And so they have different kind of playbook stacks to solve those, all right? So let's say the ads-driven B2B. So this may seem counterintuitive, but number one is going to be content. You know, that sounds crazy because you're like, wait, how's that going to fit? The thing is you have a brand issue, is that no one trusts you. And they're right to not trust you because you're diluting, like your reviews, your word of mouth continue to trickle down to almost nothing. And so you have to reestablish the brand and start providing more value up front. This will, in the short term, increase your conversion percentage. In the long term, it'll start actually generating deals and lead flow for you. So that's the first thing that you'll have to do. The next thing is that, again, most businesses here could benefit from multiple VSLs. So if you have 2 calls or 3 calls, then you should probably have 2 VSLs or 3 VSLs, not just 1. The next here, and this is super common again, is going to be avatar. Is they are unclear on the person that they provide the absolute most value to. So you have to get clear on which customer segment you're deciding to serve. And because of that, because you're doing too many things to too many different types of people, you can't price appropriately. Your CAC is too high. Your margins are compressing. You dilute down your ability to service those customers because you have too many people you're serving. And so you have to do so much custom stuff, it's impossible to be good. And so you have to narrow it so that you can templatize it and get consistent outcomes. When you have a consistent avatar, you have consistent messaging, consistent outcomes, then the whole thing becomes more productized and then ultimately drives more value. Right? And you can also now price appropriately to that significantly higher value avatar. So it's not uncommon to see doubles, triples, quadruples in pricing when we get really clear on this 20% slice or 30% slice of your existing customer base. That is the ideal customer base for you. So content, sales motion, making sure that we're picking the right avatar, which then goes into pricing. So I'm trying to do like kind of whitewashed consulting with like whole like tranches of you at a time, but this is like the stack of what I would be going through. So the content here is going to be marketing machine plus branding plus hooks. This is proof. This is your first avatar in the Lost Chapters book, and then this is the pricing playbook, which is right there. You already know what it is. And so that's like the stack of playbooks to go through. Okay. Now, if you're the other side, so you're a legal firm or you're an accounting firm and you've been doing this for a while and you have people who are coming in, typically more so than anything, you guys suck at sales. So it's going to be sales motion. You don't need to do content. You need to do sales motion. Typically, pricing change is almost certainly the two things that you'll end up having to do. And kind of like I said earlier with the multi-step VSL, with these types of changes, we approach it with something called a calculator close, which is if you're the type of business that can demonstrate a savings, so this is super common in accounting, super common in tax, it can be for different types of restoration work, different type of commercial services, different IT, security. There's a bunch of different ones where like you save businesses or make them money or a combination of those things. And so what we want to do is we have to create a sales motion that anchors our pricing with a calculator around the savings, around the earnings. As long as we can demonstrate it and prove it after the fact, which if you're in that type of business, you can. You want to completely get rid of this whole cost. Like everyone here who does cost plus pricing, and if you're like, what's cost plus? You look at how much it costs you and then you add something. That is cost plus pricing. It is a terrible way to price. It's the worst way to price. Please stop doing that now. All right? Value-based pricing is the only type of pricing that matters, which is what is someone willing to pay? Now, what it costs you to do and deliver is entirely not their problem. It's just about what they're willing to pay and how many people are willing to pay it. And then you just do your math, right? These are not up for negotiation. Now, you might think this and say, well, wait, that would mean that we'd have different prices for everyone. That's okay as long as you have a method behind doing it. And as long as the margin still works out great for what you're doing, which if you're pricing it the right way, you should, as long as the delivery is still more or less the same thing in terms of the doingness of each of your teammates, totally fine. I'll give you a totally different example. So one of the best ways to sell, it's a little bit more advanced for like a weight loss business, like a gym. Like the easiest way to sell is to sell a program. 6 weeks, defined end, like here's a challenge or whatever, detox, transformation. If you get a little bit more advanced, then you want to sell to goal. And that's exactly what this is. A calculator close is selling to goal. It's a diagnostic sale. And so what happens, the person comes in and you say, okay, you want to lose 50 pounds. 50 pounds, we find that it takes reasonably, we want to do 2 pounds a week. It's going to take 25 weeks for us to get there. Then we're going to have a maintenance period of half that time, which is going to be 12 weeks, so 37 in total. And then we're going to do a recalibration phase after that, which is another 12 weeks. All right, so all in all, we're looking at whatever that is, 49 weeks. Okay, now we charge $200 a week. How do you want to pay, right? And all of a sudden, that becomes a $9,800 sale, right? Now, somebody else comes in later and they only need to lose 30 pounds, then that means that you can just decrease the amount of time. That's fine, because your revenue per person per month is the same. You just have different durations. And the doingness of each of your team is still going to be stop eating crap, move more, show up to the gym. Right? You get what I'm saying here? Where like, even though the price can accordion, the revenue per customer is going to be the same, and then you just renew them at different times. Okay. Hopefully that was, if you were in either of those scenarios, either the kind of referral-driven or ads-driven, you have some playbooks that you can follow. Okay. So, quick reminder here, one constraint at a time. So even though I do these stacks here, every business has one constraint, but we focus on solving that constraint by reverse engineering it. So if the issue with this business, for example, is that we need to be able to price better, right? Well, then we have to start here and then move on as we move through it so that we can price better. The influencer business that I was referencing earlier, this business wants to convert a higher percentage of the audience. Let's say that that was the constraint of the business. They just need to sell more. So can we do more? Well, we could do more content. That would work. We could do more ads. That would work. We could do more sales. That would work. All of those things would work. And so that's why in the beginning, there's multiple paths of the mountain, but they're still solving the main issue, which is we need to get more leads so we can get more sales. Right? It was a conversion issue. We have the leads, we're not converting as many of them as we need to. And so each of these processes will drive that conversion mechanism. And so you can hit it with multiple angles, that's fine, but the constraint remains the same. And once you hit it from all three angles, eventually you get to a point where you're like, oh my God, we don't have more leads. And then you say, great, we need to make more better content. And that becomes the next constraint, right? The constraint will move. If you're doing a good job, your constraint will move regularly. If you're doing a bad job, you'll have the same constraint for years. So, many ways to solve it, but you want to identify them correctly. Okay, so final reminders, your constraint is your priority. It means it comes before everything else. You want to leverage all of your resources against the constraint, and you want to build compounding vehicles for long-term success. So, And then we're going to do AI stuff, all right? So we have all these different things. We find our constraint. We then want to apply leverage to our constraint. See if we can hit it from a bunch of different angles. And if we succeed at this, we create a compounding vehicle. Because fundamentally, you want to have a way where you put effort plus money plus brand, all of your inputs, right? You want to put all the stuff you've got into your machine, into your black box, and you want this thing to self-compound. And so this is the flywheel. So if you're a brick and mortar business, it's like you eventually just want to get to the point where once you fill up a store or a shop, you don't need to spend money on marketing again because that shop stays at full capacity, and then the only lever you have there is pricing. And you just keep jacking price and you stay there. And then you open up another location, then you repeat it and you do it again. If you have a brokerage or something that's like sales driven, it's like the whole point is you're going to have to get into a business that you can continue to recruit, onboard, train, and then consistently activate new sales reps. And then as long as those sales reps are produce, you just keep stacking year over year over year, right? You need to have some sort of compounding in the business. Otherwise, you will run into an issue where you're just kind of flooding people in and they're just falling out the back door. And then you think the solution is, I just need to sell more people, but then your margins are going to continue to compress. So you want to learn enough marketing and sales to get going, and then you focus all of your effort on making sure people never leave. And you have to stay there. And sometimes it takes years to solve that one problem. But once you solve that problem, your business will grow by default. And then you could keep the same level of sales, kind of like company A and company B, and you'd want to be company B because that's the one that just keeps growing no matter what. Because even if you sell the same amount or even if you don't sell, you still make money. All right, so with that being said, I'm going to call up a handful of the Scale Advisory folks who entered their data. Hopefully you guys can see my screen. If you guys haven't done this already, like, do it. If you haven't onboarded yourself, we spent so much, and we still are spending a lot of time on making this exceptional. And so, okay. Now, your first time going through here, you're going to have to go through the onboarding flow, all right? Now, the onboarding flow, you're going to answer these questions about your business. And so let's say I'm actually going to call one up. So we're just going to do it right now. All right, so shoot, what was the code? Okay, here we go. Okay. Kevin Gong, you're first up. Let's rock. Let's put some speakers on this guy. Yo, Kevin, what's up?
Alex, oh my God, hi.
What's up, man? So we're gonna do this AI thing together, all right?
Okay.
So primary delivery type of your core offer. Is it do it yourself, done with you, or done for you? Where's most of your revenue coming from?
Most of it up until now has been done with you.
Okay.
I just released a done for you offer.
Let's just do done with you for now then. Okay.
Okay.
Primary delivery mechanism for your core offer. Is it software, information services, or physical products?
It's a tech-enabled service.
I'll say services. Okay. Primary mode of advertising. Warm outreach, cold outreach, free content, or paid ads?
Currently, it's just organic. I had a growth partner that I split up with 2 months ago.
So it's going to be free content. Okay.
Yes.
So primary lead getter. Is it you doing this stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Monetization mechanism. So for getting the majority of your revenue, is it a continuity, kind of recurring payments, low ticket, high volume, or high volume? It's
high ticket recurring. It's $5K a year was my V1 offer.
Okay, I'll go low volume, high ticket. That's what we're going to go
Yes.
with. Okay. Primary selling mechanism for your core offer. Is it in-person salesperson, online salesperson, online self-checkout, or in-person self-checkout?
Online salesperson, I'm the one taking calls.
Online salesperson, here we go. How many employees do you have?
Just me.
All right, easy. Current tech status.
Current tech status?
Yeah, so do you run your business with pen and paper? Do you have a mess of spreadsheets? Do you use a CRM and maybe a few tools? You have a full tech stack, or almost everything that can be automated is automated?
Google Sheets Empire, I use GHL for my CRM.
Yeah, so I'll be either between little or middle. I'll just keep it at little. Okay, so primary business constraint, based on
Right
everything
now,
today? Yeah.
It's up between leads and cash flow.
Okay, so well, let's walk through this together then. This will be fun. Okay, before I finish this, let's walk through our Mosey 6. Okay, so it's gonna, because the constraint, there can only be one. So why can't you get more lead? Like, why can't you do more of what you're currently doing?
My lead flow was disrupted 2 months ago when I split from my growth partner who had 370K on IG.
Okay.
My personal brand is very small. So about
Okay.
1.5K followers on X and 7.4K on school, but there's a
Okay.
very low engagement rate in school.
Okay.
But that's where most of my clients are coming from right now, is just from upselling and ascending existing clients.
Okay. So you had a lead source that you lost.
Yes,
Okay. So you can't do more because you don't have it anymore.
correct.
Okay, got it. So I don't think metrics is an issue for you, right? We're good there. We don't have to worry about that. So it's not metrics, or I'll just make that a checkbox. So you've got metrics, and then market. I think your market is plenty big enough, so we don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it's a $60 trillion TAM.
Yeah, not worried about that. So you got metrics, we got market, then we got model. I don't think there's any issues with the model based on the goals that you have. I mean, what are the goals you have right now?
I did 330 last 11 months. I want to hit $1 million ARR.
Yeah, but this model can easily hit that though. So I'm going to say yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So then we got money. So we've got 4 options here within money, which is we got leads. You can't afford them because you don't have, the leads aren't cheap enough. You've got sales because you can't convert them. We've got LTV, and then we've got cash flow. Okay, so I already know that your issue is not going to be cash flow because you sell a digital thing and you get accelerated up front. I'm guessing, unless are they getting charged up front or are they charged over time?
I actually charge upfront annual.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so then cash flow is not going to be the issue. All right. So then,
It's lumpy though. It
yeah,
is lumpy.
that's because of insufficient volume.
it.
Not because it's inherently anything wrong with the business. Okay, so you just aren't selling enough of them. That's why it's lumpy, not because there's anything, like if you were selling one a day, it wouldn't be an issue. So,
Right.
okay, so now we've got, do you not have enough leads that are coming in?
No, I basically have not been doing any lead generation the past 2 months because I've been building out my done for you offer, which says higher LTGP. per
Okay.
client.
Well, okay, so leads though. So how are you going to get leads right now?
Right now, it's just from ascending existing customers, and I raised my prices by 4x recently.
Yeah.
So
But you have a leads list that you're just going to hit fundamentally, and then after that
Yeah.
I mean, this is a one-time shot. You're going to collect some cash, but then after that you're going to be at
Yes.
zero again.
yeah.
So that's fine. Go do that, extract value, but then I think you're still just going to have to do really more, but it's just you haven't really, you're in a weird position where you like had something and then now it's a zero, which is not common, but that's fine. So either you're going to have to run ads, we're going to have to make content, or you're going to have to do outreach. I'm going to bet
Yeah.
right now that you're going to want to start being far more aggressive on content as your primary
Yes.
strategy.
I agree.
Okay. So I would, if I'm you, I would go hardcore marketing machine, branding, and hooks as the 3 playbooks that I'd be like pouring myself into. And obviously you want to do VSL with proof, follow the closing and lead nurture stuff. That's just because that'll just like, you'll just juice more out of it. But the front of the funnel is for sure the issue. And so I'd be asking myself, how can I make, so you're on X and what, Instagram?
X is my biggest following with 1.5K followers. I do have a 7.4K school community, but engagement rate is only 5%.
Inside of your group.
Inside of my school group.
That's because you mined all of the people who were good into your paid group.
Yeah, the group was passed on to me after.
Right.
after
Yeah,
the split.
it's
So,
just you just inherited a dead group. That's okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I'm glad you have some people there. I would just go outreach from that perspective
Okay.
for those people. That's like day 1 is outreach. Mine the rest of you can so you can stack some cash. Then I would say concurrently, I'm asking myself, how can I make 2-3 pieces of content a day that I can repurpose across IG, TikTok, X. Like we want to get this whole machine going, and I would do probably the CTA, the CTA plus ManyChat as the play, so that you can direct everyone towards Instagram, run a DM funnel to a phone sale with a VSL, and then sell them in.
So pivot from X to IG, right? Because my IG is very small audience.
If you want to go to X, that's fine. I just think more people will be, like, it's just more common for people to have Instagram.
Sure.
If you want, you can have a DM or on both. Like, it's not the end of the world. I just prefer to have one front door, so that's more of an operational issue. If you can manage it, there's definitely a bunch of combined inbox softwares that exist that can just pull all your inboxes into one place between different platforms.
Okay. And what would you just focus on making content on IG only if I were to make that switch?
No, I would keep making it on X. Like, I want you to make as
Okay.
much content as humanly possible, because the nature of the sale you have requires a lot of trust.
Right.
Anything investing related is going to require a lot of trust, and so I would be trying to put as much content out as I possibly could.
Yeah, because I know you said one channel, one avatar, and so 1
Yeah.
million.
Yeah, I know. Thing is that you have like the infrastructure of a business that had a much bigger audience that just disappeared, and so I want you to play catch up right now.
Okay, got it.
That's
so just
why.
make as much content as humanly possible. Point it all at one front door, which is IG, ManyChat integration, and then how would you integrate school into that? Because
Well, your delivery is going to be on school.
my delivery's on school. Got
Yeah,
it. Okay.
easy. Done. Love this for us. All right. Well, leads was the constraint of the business.
Yes. Leads is clearly the constraint.
Okay. Well, appreciate you, Kevin. I'm going to call the next one up. All right.
Can I just say one thing, Alex?
Only if it's really nice.
It's really nice. Before Money Models launch, the only thing I bought from you was a 50-cent Kindle, which is a $100 million offer Kindle. And at this Money Model launch, I bought every single upsell. I spent like $24.5K. Got the handbooks for closer, ad handbooks, ACQ AI, the school community. And this is, I will tell you, a weekend. This is the best money I've ever spent in my life.
Thanks,
the
man.
school group is incredible. The network, the advice from not just ACQ team, obviously, but like there's 7- and 9-figure business owners in there. So it's just so much game being dropped daily.
You got to catch up.
Worth the investment for the first 6 weeks, and it's for 6 months. So I'm just blown away.
Well,
Thank you
thanks,
so
man.
much.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Alex.
You bet, man. All right, see ya.
Have a good one. Bye.
That wasn't planned. Okay, hold on, 100. All right, next up. Hopefully this is cool, like actually seeing the models get a walkthrough in real time, because I want, the output I want from everyone here is that you're very clear on what your specific constraint was. So we had to figure out what his constraint was, and I didn't even get to use the AI because we just had to walk through it. But okay, let's go Ivan. Ivan Bunin. Good of the Japa. Pareto talent. Ivan,
Hello.
talk to me. Pareto talent.
Hey. First of all, thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for creating such a great offer.
No, you bet,
It's
man.
amazing to be a part of.
I'm happy to help. So tell me about the core offer. Is it done with you, do it yourself, done for you? Which is it?
So it's done for you. We are finding, training, and managing executive assistants from LATAM for entrepreneurs from the US.
Got it.
And have the full package for them.
So your services, how do you get customers?
Right now, it's 100% referrals. Like
Interesting.
We have organic traffic. My partner, Qasim Aslam, has a Facebook following of 20,000, and we also launched
Okay, so content.
YouTube.
Yeah, content.
Yeah.
So we'll put that up. Okay, and then primary lead getter, is it you guys then?
Once again, sorry.
I'm going to say it's you and your employees that are the ones getting these leads after you make the content, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. So we don't have any agencies here. So.
And then I'm going to say you guys are high ticket because it's a
Yeah. So we start at 3,000 a month.
Yep, that's high ticket. Okay, primary selling mechanism, online call plus salesperson.
Yeah.
Okay, got that. How many employees do you have?
7 and 2 co-founders.
Okay, I'm going to say a few here. There we go. And then current tech status. What's your tech stack look like?
I think we are pretty robust.
Pretty robust. So I'm going to say high.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what's the thing that's stopping you from growing the business right now?
I think we hit the limit on our referrals and scaling businesses in this way. So we are looking to open up for lead generation.
All right. So I'm going to say your core offer is we recruit executive assistants offshore or nearshore or whatever for CEOs. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're saving these changes. Fantastic. I have a leads constraint. I have 20K followers. We are getting referrals as our primary way of getting customers. How can I, where should I say this? Where should I focus to get more leads? Okay, so we're gonna let the AI do its thinking. In the meantime,
Yep.
right now you have your content from your partner that's doing 20K, right?
Yep.
Okay, and you are getting some leads from that.
Yeah, so majority of the leads, like we are in a lot of different communities, masterminds of entrepreneurs and so on.
Yeah.
This is where we get a lot of our leads right now.
Okay, so you just joined Mastermind so that you can go get leads. That's funny. Don't be fishing in my pond, man.
I'm providing the most value I can.
You're
I
good.
think I
You're good.
generated like 50 apps
You're
last
good.
week
You're good.
for all of the posts.
No, I appreciate it. So, by the way, if everybody who's watching, like I said, one of the big things that I try and do to like start any kind of community is I hate one of my big pet peeves is when it just becomes like this stream of just asks. And so I try to flip that and say like, if everyone gives, then everyone will end up getting all the questions answered, but the whole community will be awesome. And maybe anybody who's listening to this who's in there can vouch for that in terms of how the community is structured. But if everyone gives their best thing to the community just like really profits. And so I appreciate you building 50 apps for all these people. That being said, we need you to get more leads. So right now, the AI just said to fix leads fast, I need to know where your constraint really is. Answer briefly, where are the 20,000 followers? So that's going to be Facebook, right? Facebook. Average client value is what?
So if you are looking into the LTV, it's 21,000.
21K. So I'll go 1, Facebook, 2. And so everybody who's following along with this, like anybody who's used the AI, it's savage. I mean, like if you were to ask me, I'm half talking to you, half talking to everybody else, just FYI. If you were to ask me, hey, Alex, what should I do to grow my business? My answer is not going to be, this is what you should do to grow your business. I'm going to have like 9 other questions. So we programmed the AI to model the same question framework. And you can probably look at this versus like a GPT or something like that. This isn't designed to be like a wrapper. We built this tool and we're continuing to reinvest in this tool because we're using this internally. So this is our internal tool that you guys got access to. So that we can basically consult with businesses. And so it follows the same logic path, logic tree to determine basically the best answer. All right, so 21K is the average client value. And what's your close rates right now?
Approximately 30%.
Ooh, we have some pricing power there. Okay. Weekly capacity, how many new clients can you onboard without breaking?
10.
10, and what's your current flow?
Right now we are pretty low at about 6 per month. So it depends.
Okay, so
Some
you
people
have
like
5x the capacity right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Ideal buyer?
Founders that make 20,000 per month plus and want to save their time.
Okay, founders over 20K per month. Got it. And then do you have a basic referral program?
Yeah, we are paying out $1,000 for any referrals that have been sent to us.
$1,000 referral program. Okay, great. So one time, boom. So we're letting the AI do its let Alex AI or ACQ AI do its thing. Let's see if we match. We probably will. But there's also, as a reminder to everybody, there's many ways up the mountain. So if I'm trying to grow the business, why can't we just do a lot more of the follower stuff and then on Facebook and have CTAs there? Like why not do that? What stops us from doing that?
So we are actively posting and actively growing that, but I started also my LinkedIn and we started this YouTube channel, but we are just not getting all of the result that we're looking for. So we
Yeah.
started Facebook ads, we started cold outreach as well, and looking to test different avenues and to see
Yeah.
if it's time for us to start spending money.
Yeah, I would rather you, because the thing is when you try that many, it's hard to get good. You know what I mean at any of them because all of them work, right? Like you could do outbound, it would work. You could do. I think making LinkedIn content, like I think if you just stuck with content, since that is the primary way that you've done it, I'm okay with you making more types of content if you've like maxed out Facebook, as in like you're posting 3-4 times a day, or how many times a day you're posting on Facebook?
So about that, so custom posts about I would say 4 times a day. So yeah.
Okay, so you're
3 to
maxed out
4
on
times.
Facebook, right?
Like I would say pretty much, and Facebook algorithm is doing weird stuff recently with only showing it to like 5% of your audience actually.
Heard. Okay, let's see what the AI says. So the move, 7-day capacity drop to warm audience. So you don't have a lead problem, you have an action problem. With 70% close rate on 20,000 Facebook followers, you can fill your calendar quickly. So capacity drop to warm audience would be rule of 100. Limited spots with a clear CTA, book calls now. So basically you would be DMing, like if you wanted to rip, which this totally would, if you wanted to rip through the 20K followers, one is you can DM them. And from a drop perspective, it's like, this is what you could do this week. Like 10 priority EA assignments, first come, first serve. Like we already have these killers, comment EA, so that's a mini chat integration that you can do. And then you can do a wait list once you're sold out. After you do that, then you can do a DM sprint. I would also weigh in here, and I'm just gonna say, hey, how would you structure a giveaway for my audience with my offer? So I would probably look at doing a giveaway here and say like, we just got Bill Gates's, not really, but like whatever. We got an unbelievable, super high tier executive assistant. We're gonna do a giveaway where we're going to give this human being away. You're not in the human trafficking business, calm down. And to one lucky, bootstrap founder. And so we're gonna cover her payroll for, 6 months or 3 months or whatever, right? And I think that would be a pretty big W. And then you'll get a ton of people that will show interest in that. And then you can work that lead list. Like if I had to go like fastest money, literally what it outlined is probably a pretty good like place to start, which is do a banger offer, DM everybody. You can also pair it with a giveaway. And I think that would be quite sexy.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Awesome. We've done something similar. So
Cool.
we were restructuring the pricing basically. So right now we are charging 2,000 per month plus we also charge 2,000 placement fee. And I was working with your previous AI a bit more, and it said that this upfront placement fee might be a problem. So it recommended to move forward to just increasing the price to perhaps 3,500 a month, and then removing the placement fee.
Yeah.
And the other thing that AI recommended is to add a 2 weeks trial, like part-time, try this EA before you actually pay us anything.
So I'm going to tweak it. And the only reason I'm going to tweak it is that you have a 70% close rate, which maybe it didn't know the first time around. But given the fact that you have a 70% close rate, you don't need to increase your conversion rate on the sale. So I'm super game for you just charging $3,500 a month. What I would do is I would rather take that kind of trial concept and say, well, I'm sure you already do this, but just emphasize it more that we'll replace the EA as many times as needed within the first 90 days.
We already do lifetime. So
you do lifetime? Jesus.
Yes.
Well then, I mean, like to me, then you don't need the trial. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we're replacing them as many times as needed, it's like we're going to keep doing this job for you until it's done.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. That makes sense.
And I would just use this exact line because I'll tell you how I would close this. I would say after you finish your like pitch or your spiel, or I would say, and that means when you pay this, you've solved your EA problem for good. So you never have to think about this again because this is all we do full time. And if you ever have any issues, we will replace them. And look at all these reviews to prove that I know that I'm legit.
That sounds amazing. Awesome. That's so once somebody gets an EA from us, our average customer life is like 220 days.
Okay.
So they never leave. So that's exactly what we're looking for someone to get in a door and actually try, because I know once they try it.
And the tough part that you're going to have is that once someone develops a really good rapport with an EA, they'll just cut you out. So
we have buyout fee. They can buy them out.
Okay.
After 90 days.
It's just the enforceability. because of international. You know what I mean? So are you U.S. based?
I'm based in Wisconsin, but moved from Ukraine a couple of years ago.
Okay. Yeah, as unfortunate as this is, as you start scaling, you're going to have to start enforcing that and making sure that people don't screw you, because EAs, if you really nail it, they'll stay for like 10, 20 years. So it's a great, model for you. I would just make sure, because 220 days is like 9 months, and I would bet that there's plenty of people who've done it, found the right EA, and then just like go around you and then just pay them.
So far, like we are at 56 customers active right now, and so far, like I can see all of that. But yeah, I definitely agree, because our
With
goal
scale.
would be to scale it to 300. Yeah, and then there is no way for me to know all of that. Yeah.
We'll rock and roll. Let's see what the giveaway looked like. Let's see if it matched mine. There we go. Look, it did. The AI matched mine.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot.
You bet. The EA placement scholarship giveaway, grand prize, the thing you sell. So 1 full-time nearshore EA placement package. You waive your placement fee, make the prize your core offer, assign the clear dollar value. So it'd be like, this is a $20,000 value or whatever it is, right? 6 months or 18,000. And then the promotional offer is going to be a partial scholarship, which you can knock out $500 a month. Or something like that, which would be times 6, so $3,000 as the second place offer.
Got you. Yeah.
Cool.
We'll try this week.
All right, rock and roll. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, that's it. So hopefully, you guys, as you're going through this, like we've trained this AI. Like I know I've already seen a bunch of you guys saying this online, and the Scale Advisory Group has a bunch of these. Like the AI is really good. We have so what people don't know is like we have a very large infrastructure for technology at acquisition.com, because it's very common for us to like look into a business and we have to like do things, right? And so we have a full tech team of developers and engineers who work for us. So we do DevOps, which is internal development that we do to like basically streamline our internal operations. But we also have full like our head of engineering is ex-head of engineering from Upwork. You know what I mean? Like we have very good people. And so that's why this is a really legit product. And so I wanted to make sure that everyone absolutely loved it. And so that's why we did it. So let's do another one. So I want, hopefully is this cool for you guys? Because I want to show that this stuff, like walking through the constraints and figuring out what the real constraint is, follows a process so that you can do it for yourself. All right, we're going to go Joseph Petas, Alliance Health Group, phone number. Here we go. Joseph, what's up? You're gonna be I think you're gonna be the last one that I'm gonna do. So give me the rundown for the business. All right, so talk to me. Business, what is it? Alliance Health Group. Okay.
Yep, it's a health insurance call center. So we sell health insurance to people who call in.
Yep.
Mostly from inbound calls generated from. We have vendors, and we also do our own PPC as well.
Okay. So you have vendors. Would you say, is paid ads, you say your biggest, or which one do you say is your biggest?
For the most part, it's like split. I'd say 50-50
Okay.
vendors and paid ads.
That's fine. I'll just do affiliates and paid ads. All right. And would you say this is a high volume, low ticket, or a low ticket or high volume?
I'd say mid. It's about $300 per policy, and it's about, you could do like 10, 15 deals a day.
Oh, so to me that's high volume. That's high volume low ticket for sure. Yeah. So like for me, like yeah, I hear what you're saying. If you thought low ticket was like sub 99, yeah, I'm in the middle. Okay, primary selling mechanism is online call plus salesperson, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Okay, how many employees do you have right now?
3 reps.
Oh, okay. Total?
A total. Yep.
Okay, so a few. And then tech stack?
Tech stack? No, pretty much Google Sheets.
Okay, word.
We have some like call routing software and stuff like that, but pretty much Google Sheets.
Okay, that works. I'm gonna say CRM and a few tools. Okay, business constraint right now. Can you just, like, if you just had more leads, could you sell them? Is that the?
Yeah, 100%. That's
Okay.
the biggest main constraint. I could dive in a little deeper if you want.
Yeah,
but
go for it. And so the core offer is it health insurance?
Yeah. People would just call in normally. So let's say like online, you could probably type in like health insurance. One of our ads would come up, and they would request a quote. We'd reach out to them, or they would call inbound from the website or the call extension ad online.
Okay, got it. What's shoot, I didn't even do this for the other guys. I forgot. What's revenue right now?
750.
Okay. Profit?
150.
All right. And then new customers per month?
Per month, it's about 24 per week.
So 100. Okay.
Yeah.
And then current headcount you said was 3. Okay. Save some changes. Boom. By the way, everybody, whenever you're talking to the AI, every time you want to ask a new thing, start a new chat. So just like for everyone. Okay. All right. So let's scale the business. So what stops you from spending more PPC? So like if we're walking through our logic tree, what stops us from doing more?
So I'll start with vendors. On vendors, they just don't have any more volume to give, so there's nothing more to buy on there. And on PPC, we can up the budgets, but when we scale past a certain point, and even as of right now, it's just not profitable.
Yeah, heard. So couple things. Are you only licensed to sell one type of insurance?
Yeah, just health insurance.
Okay. Are there other products that you could sell that are insurance products that could increase the average cart?
Yes, but they're already attached.
So there's nothing more?
Ancillary products, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, so I'm gonna go back to the first thing you said, which is like the vendors that you have don't have any more lead volume. There's for sure other vendors that have other leads.
Surely, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm just like thinking volume. It's like there are other health insurance providers and they also go to vendors who get them leads. So like, I'm sure that exists. And so I would probably, if I'm you, you would have to have a conversion issue. So if we're like metrics, I'm not worried about. Market, I'm not worried about. Model, I'm not worried about, because all that stuff's more or less controlled. Insurance is a good vehicle. There's plenty of people who need health insurance, and you have metrics. Fine, all that stuff's there. So I actually think that your issue is going to be on sales and LTV, so conversion and lifetime value. So I would be focused on the conversion part, because if you have ads in PPC, like you're getting clicks, but it's like, can we get cheaper clicks? Number one, with better headlines, and can we get higher conversions on our landing pages through just conversion optimization? So do you have anything like Hotjar or Mouseflow or anything like that that's installed on the page so you can actually watch people do it? Actually use your page and you can see where they're falling off?
Yeah, I have Clarity.
Okay. So how often are you running conversion rate tests, and what is the actual opt-in offer?
I check Clarity daily and I see where they're clicking.
Yeah.
But from our click to call rate, so let's say it's 25%. So from the people who see our ad, it's about 25%.
Okay, that's pretty good. So what percentage of people are you closing?
So of total calls, that's about, we have a 7%, and then of qualified calls, it's about 25%.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to beat you up on that. 25's okay. You know what I mean? It's not like bad, it's not good. It's just like fine. The thing is like, I feel like, so again, if I'm going back, I would do number one, I'd be reaching out to way more vendors, number one. But the big issue that I see is the LTV problem. So it's like we have to sell more products to make this thing more profitable.
Okay.
Said differently, is there, if you look at your customer base, there's obviously some customers that are worth more than others, correct?
Yeah.
So I would be thinking, is there a way that I can add friction or tweak my targeting so that I can better target the customers that have the highest lifetime value? Because basically, you have an issue of CAC to LTV, right? And I would bet also you have some elements of cash flow because you don't, the premiums get paid sometimes in arrears, whatever, right? What percentage are you getting paid up front with these deals from your carrier?
Well, they're advanced. So up front on a 320, that pays out $819.
Okay.
And then on the back end, that's LTGP.
Yeah.
The 819, and then the back end is also it's 975.
So you're making 1,700-ish in total, right?
Yeah, about.
Okay, in gross profit?
In gross profit off a 10-month deal, yep.
So fundamentally, it's like we need cheaper leads or we have to make more from them. And if you have fixed costs, like basically you can't tweak the price because that's what the carrier, that's the price, right?
Yes.
So it means that we have to sell more expensive packages, thing A, option A. Option B is, which is paired with option A, is that you're doing that to a better avatar. Or C, we just have to get more cheap leads. Which again, the conversion rate stuff, I'm not like, you're not bad there. Your sales rate's okay. The conversion rate from click to phone call is pretty decent. So like, I'm not as concerned there. So I'm thinking I'm gonna go to more vendors. That would be like, objective number one would be go to like 20 times, 100 times the vendors you currently are and see if you can get leads at the price that you need them to be at. That's like thing one. How are those leads compared to the ones that you're buying off PPC?
So there's one source out there who has good leads, and they make you go to their carrier and have their contracts. And they're the good ones, but everyone else besides that, and I've tried some, I haven't tried all, but I've tried some of them. They aren't nearly as good. And then not just that, and PPC is what's really supplying the volume.
So what I would look at is how they're qualifying their leads, because obviously they have good quality leads. And so I would look at their actual click journey and say, okay, what are the ads they're running? What are the pages they're doing? How are they nurturing the leads? Like, are they driving them to a webinar? And that's how they enrich the leads. And then they do a call to action to get people to take the next step. Like, what's their process? And I would look at mimicking that process for my PPC, because right now you're competing against everybody else who's doing just basic PPC campaigns. And so you're priced at close to market rate because the pricing is commoditized within insurance. And so it's like you have to find better raw material that's likely like raw diamonds versus diamonds. So it's like to do the raw diamonds, it's like you might have to cast a broader net to shittier leads and then enrich them through a nurture or sales process. That's like, if I'm you, if we can't, like, I put a big asterisk on this. Like, if we can't increase LTV, which I still am like, I don't have time to go through it now. But like that would be like thing one, because if you could just like spend more on PPC, then I'd be like, let's do that. That's for sure the easiest path. And if we could do that by increasing either the person that we're selling to or the average package, that makes the most sense. The second most sense is, okay, can we juice our PPC in a different way by way more broadening the market that we're going after, and then having an enrichment process.
So would you recommend that second round just to make everybody, come in and then we'll qualify it from there?
I would, because I mean, again, it's like you're capped right now. Is what it sounds like, right?
Yep.
Right, and so it's like we have to do something. And the worst case scenario, kind of like the reversible decisions, like you can always roll it back, right? You can always go back to what you're doing. Worst case scenario. Yeah. But we have to break some stuff. We have to break some eggs if we want to make an omelet. So thing one though is I'll bet you there are other good vendors. That's like thing one. Thing two is I really want to dive into the LTV thing because that would be the lowest risk move to make. Thing three is I want to reverse engineer the best guys funnel.
Okay.
Those would be my angles of attack.
Gotcha. And for LTV, I don't want to get too deep into it, but like, what are a couple things that you've seen that other people have done in this space?
It's really just comes down to going up market for avatar, so that you can sell more expensive health insurance products. Because like the thing with insurance is that the limit does not exist. You know what I mean? Like you can go zillions of dollars. And so right now, and don't take this as a slight, like you're kind of bottom feeding in terms of the packages that you're selling. You're selling $300 price points. Like it's not, the most qualified. I mean, it's like people with pulse is the qualification, right? So for sure there's a much higher echelon, even general consumer, that you'd be looking at selling, $2,000, $5,000, dollar type deals, which are for like my life insurance. Well, mine's egregious, so I'll just leave it there. Yeah.
I hate to cut you off there. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear, but it's $300 a month.
Okay, $300 a month, so a little better. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still like, I'm shrugging.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
I understand,
whatever. Yeah.
Some people buy like thousands, and
that's or millions.
What the LTV does with that's great.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I put it a gazillion dollars a year into mine. But okay. So those are the big three. That's what I'd be focused on in terms of points of constraint.
Vendors, get the other guys PPC.
Yep. And then I would still just like bang my head against the wall to try and figure out reverse engineer of the customers that I sell. is there a package that is bigger and more expensive than the one that I currently am that I can sell instead?
Well, okay, so let's say like there was a package. Let's say there's $1,000 a month
Yeah.
package. But we sell the 325 because that's what people can afford.
Yeah.
And then when they can't afford the 1,000, we sell them the 1,000.
Yes. So the issue is that we just need the messaging to match. So kind of like the example I gave earlier, where it's like maybe your lead cost doubles, but your LTV 5X's.
Yeah.
And the thing is usually that's where everyone's afraid to go, and that's why most people don't get there.
Mm-hmm.
So like the other agents or brokerages in the space are afraid to spend that kind of money on a lead. But if you just have the qualifications, that's how you can skim off the top. And the upside is usually significantly larger than the incremental cost increase. Like you'll still have an increase in lead cost, don't get me wrong. But it's just like, I will spend 2 times as much for the lead or 3 times as much for the lead, but they will be worth 10 times as much.
Yeah, so go after the bigger price point market.
Yes. Yes.
100%. And when I was reading the book, I read the playbook earlier.
Yeah.
I just saw the price increase. I was like, this is probably the best way to go.
Yeah. So the lost chapters, your first avatar, is where I use the process in that chapter to reverse engineer which customer segment is probably worth the most to you, and then I would reverse that into the messaging and the headlines, and maybe even a lead magnet if I have to get way cheaper leads. That would attract that level, like executive health insurance, right, or professional health. You know what I mean? I'd be looking at those types of terms.
Yeah.
To get higher quality leads. Cool.
100%. This is great. Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate you, man.
Awesome.
All right. Talk to you. See ya. So we were at 2:30. I know that I told my team, they're like, how long do you think you go? And I was like, I think it'll be 4 hours. So it's a little longer than that. But I'll wrap us up. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this this workshop. The whole point here was that I wanted to make sure that as many of you got the answers that you needed, you got to see the AI tool in action. I strongly would encourage you to use the tool. We're continuing to invest time and effort into continuing to improve it. Ours has an entire context layer. So if you are going to ask questions, because this was one of the things that came up, if you have questions about like multiple businesses, make sure to change out that little personalized tab, because that's a context layer that basically is a filter through which all of the answers are given through. Which is why I like RII the most, because like I don't want to always keep having to upload stuff in order to get the answers that I need. But beyond that, I think I'll state this one more time, because we have whatever 21 hours or 20 hours left or something like that. But we're doing direct access to me, plus the director team, which we've got my head of sales, 2 heads of marketing, 2 strategy/business/offer people. We have wealth, we have recruiting, and then little old me is there as well to help answer the questions that you guys have. And so you guys have 6 months of that inside of a school group, which if you're like, man, I really would like more of this, or I have more questions or whatever, like go there. On top of that, we have the 6 workshops that we're gonna do. So we've got the leads workshops where we're gonna dive into a lot more detail tactically, just because hopefully like you guys are like talk slower. Like I'm trying to talk as fast as I can, as I wanna cover as much stuff as I possibly can. But this whole workshop was designed to do one thing, which is, did you get the constraint? Did we use the most leverage by selecting the correct playbook? And do you understand how to use the tools like the AI in order to personalize the responses? And hopefully you feel like I delivered on that today. Obviously, there's a ton more that's like cover business in 4 hours, right? We've got the sales workshop, we've got the LTV workshop, we've got the profit workshop. We have people, ops, and AI. So those you have like recruiting issues, management, leadership issues because you're having difficulty scaling, and then we have wealth with Sharad. And so we'll show you all the tax strategies that we're using that work within a service-based business. If you have a significant business, you heard Kevin at the beginning. There's really awesome businesses in there. We also have a map, so you can actually place yourself on the map, which I think is really sweet. And so you can get all this stuff at scale.acq.com. Because otherwise, this is our last live workshop. I appreciate you guys. You guys rock. I'm super grateful for you guys donating the books. It means the world to me. It really does. I hopefully believe that. I would say measure how much it means to me by the work that I did to put this together. It's probably the easiest way that I can say it. We always really want to over-deliver. We really want to blow you guys away. It's hard to explain what, like, doing 2 years of those types of consultations that I just did over the phone over the last like 30 or 40 minutes. I did that for the last 2 years to train this one AI so that I could help as many businesses as possible, as an incentive to get people to donate as many books as I can, as they could, so that, like, I really do mean what I say. I really would like to get the books in the hands of every entrepreneur in America, and it's just because, like, books is what changed my life. I read every book that I possibly could get my hands on, and like that's what changed my life. And so I just want to say thank you to you guys. If you want to party with us for 6 more months, let's see if I have the thing up here. Maybe I'll go back one. There you go. It's not 15 minutes, but that's the stuff. You guys can go there, scale.acq.com. If not, totally cool. Like, really, I really mean that. Totally fine. But if you're like, I have questions and I really wish I could work with them for a little longer, then that's what we made it for. And so I think it's $3,000 today, and then I think it's 5 installments after that. So that's $15,000 after that. One of the reasons I structured it that way also is that, like, I don't like things to go on forever. So this isn't like a forever membership. It's a 6 months, set you up for, Q1, crush 2026. And the idea is, if we can install, because these parts, leads and sales, are additive. So as long as you don't have a supply constraint, if you just get more leads, you make more. If you convert more of those leads, you make more. If you make more per customer, you make more. If you improve your cash flow position, you make more, right? All of these things, like installing even portions of each of these things into the business, can make a huge material change. And then if you have questions along the way, that's why we put the people who actually, like, collaborated with me to put these playbooks together in the group. And so you can go to scale.acq.com. Appreciate you guys. It's been my absolute honor serving you. I think we'll leave this up. I guess we don't have to leave it up. I mean, you guys know what the link is. You guys are amazing. Thank you again. And let me leave. I'll read my last slide. Let's see what my last slide is. I already did the VSL framework. Okay, no, this was my last slide. Here we go, final reminders. So strategy is dictated by how you choose to allocate resources. Your time, your money, your effort are the raw resources that you have. Putting them towards the thing that is going to get you the highest return and I shouldn't write so much. It's like write faster, talk slower, or something like that. And if you're unsure of which constraint you have, just walk through the same process of, like, can I do more? Do I have the data? Does the market work? Will this model get me to where I am? If I can't afford it, is because my leads are too expensive, which means I need better marketing or more marketing. Is it because we're not converting enough people, which is going to be all the sales system? Is it because we need to increase LTV per customer, because we need to make them worth more? Or we just need to accelerate profit in the business, which is what the whole pricing playbooks are for. Once you solve that, then you have the manpower issues, and you repeat this entire process from top down as it relates to manpower. And so hopefully this framework, this has served me really well. This is how we've been able to debottleneck so many businesses and just get ruthless about this. Now, kind of like the insurance one that I did at the end there, sometimes it just requires more work, right? Like if I were doing a true consultation rather than like a quick, 10-minute phone call, it'd be like, all right, let's look at all the other LTVs across all the other health categories. Is there another way that we could sell different products to the exact customer base? Is there a different customer base that we can attract via messaging and lead magnets? Because I don't think, I'll bet you dollars to donuts that there's a lead magnet issue there where we could attract a much higher status customer who's able to pay significantly more to make a bigger arbitrage there. And so this is what I think about as I'm trying to, like, dissect and debottleneck businesses, and ultimately we want to build something that compounds, right? That's the whole goal. So whether that compounds via reputation, via customers that never leave, via sales network that continues to sell for you, that keep recruiting and activating, where they have some sort of network effect overall, that every person who gets added to the network increases the value of the network. All of those are things that compound with time, and we want to have something like that because otherwise your cost to acquire customers will only go one way, which is up. And so you have to have an equal and opposing force, like your reputation, like your brand, that can bring it down over time as you expand to colder and colder markets that warms it up for you. So appreciate you all. And all of the 6 workshops, these guys, all of these, the group is just for owners, but you can bring +1s to those. So I think it's actually like pretty sweet. So if you have teams that are going to be implementing stuff for like leads, or you've got like sales managers who are going to do the sales stuff, or somebody who's in the service side or customer success who's going to do delivery, you can bring +1s to those. I keep the group just for owners because I think it keeps it higher level and it's just better overall. So yeah, you guys rock. So thank you all. I think you have 21 hours, scale.acq.com, and let's scale. Appreciate you guys. I needed like a really elegant sign off. Send nice DMs. When you use this stuff, let me know. It actually like really fills me up. It's what really encourages me. Like I get a huge boost of energy from, like anybody who's been a developer that I know who's a friend of mine has said this, is like every developer just wants one thing, which is that their technology gets used. And I would say that I fall in the same category of like, I write these books, I make this content because I just want it to get used. And it makes it feel like all the pain and suffering that it took me to figure it out is just like a little bit more worth it. And so please let me know. It means the world to me. So rock and roll, scale your businesses, save the world. I'll see you.